All right, thank you very much, guys. We are excited to get into the first game of tonight. This is going to be Prometheus versus Odyssey, both SK organization teams. Very strong contenders here. My name's Action Jackson. I've got Vedius with me. We're going to be heading straight onto the fold here. You can see Leon and Techno JJ starting up the jungle.
Yeah, we are. Excuse me, sorry. I'm really looking forward to seeing these two teams play against each other. You heard Rome talk about these two different compositions, and this is what we really need to keep our eyes on. This Black Feather and Finn going to take a little while to ramp up, and that is going to be the opportunity for Sky and Arden to take advantage in this early game. So keep a very close eye on how aggressively Odyssey chooses to play. So really excited, and Leon going to be playing this Finn. We saw some fantastic Finn play last week, and I feel like Leon is going to be one of the guys to watch, because if he plays like the other Finns we saw, it's going to be some pretty crazy stuff in this game one of the day.
Oh, absolutely. I think, to be honest, for me personally, Finn is, I think, my favorite character in the entirety of Vainglory. But man, he is getting crushed right now. Look at the damage coming right out of that Sky early on. Obviously, it is a very potent pick in the early game with that forward barrage, doing a ton of damage.
Yeah, you can see what Rome was talking about when he said the early game advantage that Odyssey do have over Prometheus. But what they tried to do is put Leon up in the lane, try and get him a bit of farming experience, and then they were going to have Techno do a bit of solo jungle. But after the amount of poke and damage that he sustained, they've decided to return back to this two-man jungle rotations. And having a quick look off at the early itemization, we're actually seeing a lot more of these double crystal power team compositions, and it does seem to be a little bit more popular in the meta, and I largely believe it's down to this rising popularity in Sky as, wow, Cream actually gets a bit of a cheeky steal off on those front caps.
Yeah, that was really nice by him. I mean, I like what Leon was trying to do, using Polite Company to bring those creeps into the bush so they could farm more safely, not have to go near their shop. But unfortunately, Cream spotted that as he actually pushed up into the enemy shop rush. So he was able to go in, take one of them away. But this is exactly what you'd expect in the early game. Techno, JJ, and Leon are going to have a bit of a tougher time.
They certainly are. So as the game progresses, we've already talked about it as Odyssey, they're going to be looking for this early game aggression, but I'm really excited to see how Waldemar and Cream do together, because they were formerly of SK Chimera, and so was Jetpack. So the SK Chimera team has sort of broken down into these two separate SK teams right now. So it's going to be former teammate versus former teammate, and how well they perform against each other is going to be impressive as Leon goes for a fight.
Yeah, Jetpacks is actually here for this one, so they might try and pick something up. Cream does take a bit of damage, but look at this. Forward barrage turning right around onto the members of Prometheus. We've got the roam down from Scarf as well. Bayou's here to try and go for a fight. Waldemar going to have to get away from this one. Does dodge out from that quibble. And now the on-point slows up Bayou. Techno JJ still trying to find a window of opportunity to engage here. That's going to be another forward barrage. Can they find anything here? Odyssey, they're the ones going for more of aggression here. Jetpacks with the heal boost. Oh, Techno! He tries to jump on the back line, but he's going to go down to the forward barrage. Bayou is in a tough spot, though. He might trade here. He's trying to buy time, get the rest of Odyssey's members closer to Jetpacks to turn this one around. Jetpacks, oh no! He actually goes down in the 1 versus 1. Now Leon is in an awful spot. That's going to be the Surrey Strike coming forward, and 3 kills going over to Odyssey right off the bat. Techno, he is here, but he's not here soon enough to pick up Bayou. Man, what a crazy early game fight.
This is what we were talking about in terms of the early game damage and pressure that Odyssey does have available to them. I don't know why Prometheus wanted to go for that fight, but you saw the positioning from Waldemar was just on point. He was just constantly skirting around the edge of the fight, always landing those on-point forward barrages, using that Surrey Strike to reposition himself and prevent Techno JJ from even slightly getting on top of him. Bayou was also able to kite around that fight and survive long enough for them to take Techno JJ down and then use their numbers advantage to come out ahead in the fight. 3 kills to 0 right now in favor of Odyssey. Fantastic start for the SK organization.
Well, it would have been either way. It's a catch-22 right there. But in any case, we have got about 1,000 gold developing as a lead for the side of Odyssey. Very nice for them. They need to try and snowball this game a little bit, utilize their strength in the early game to come out with the win here.
Yeah, you can see the Frostburn has already been picked up for Waldemar. That is such a big spike. It's going to be so much harder for people to get away once she's decided to go for that engagement. Waldemar's also going to find it a lot easier to kite around these fights. And you heard about Rome talking during the analysis how Skye has become a lot more popular because of how well these talented players can utilize her. The mechanics that she has available in her kit make her so strong at these higher levels of play that she's just a highly contested pick. I'm a little bit surprised that it was saved for so late into the rotation, but so far in this early game, Odyssey are doing a fantastic job of making things work.
They absolutely are. You can see Prometheus trying to respond a little bit by sending 3 members up to the lane here.
Risky.
They've got to be careful. Leon is going to get caught out. Forward barrage only lands a few shots onto him. Surrey Strike to reposition. Is it going to be enough? Polite Company. There's the Quibble as well. 1 kill for Prometheus. Waldemar's actually pretty low on the backside. He doesn't realize that Tetno's there. Last verse. Doesn't even matter. They get the kill before it goes off. Jetpacks and Tetno now in hot pursuit of Cream. Can they find this one? Scout Trap not actually going to land, but the Heartbreak stacks are beginning to accrue onto Cream. Tetno might be able to find an execute here. It looks like Cream's going to be able to get away, though. It's not actually going to have time. Oh, he keeps the stacks up with On Point. Very nice by Tetno JJ. He's just got to wait for his Q to come back up, and he is going to find the kill. 3 kills picked up for 1 in favor of Prometheus. Very nice fight for them.
Very drawn out simply due to that chase at the end, but exactly that. The positioning this time heavily went in the favor of Prometheus. They were able to catch Bayu completely out of position, and Jetpacks did a great job of pretty much soloing him out, while Leon just constantly drew so much pressure towards him. He was the only member to die, and if you looked at the health across the entire lineup of Prometheus, they barely took any damage thanks to their fantastic positioning. Waldemar ended up overcommitting just a little bit too much. He ended up losing his life, and without him in the fight, there was no way they were going to come out ahead. Fantastic play coming out from Prometheus, but mad credit to Jetpacks. You can see how talented this guy really is.
And I gotta give Leon a lot of props as well, because he did exactly what you want a Finn to be doing in the late game, in the early game, where he was just this tanky front line that had all the focus drawn onto him. Polite Company was perfect. I think he actually did a really good job of drawing attention away from the fact that Tetno JJ was just lurking on the sidelines of the fight too. But look at this. Odyssey immediately picking up this gold mine. Prometheus not having very good vision control right now. They do have to be careful. They might try and go for another pick here. I'm not sure they're in quite as good a position as last time, though. Jetpacks on the backline takes a lot of damage. Tetno is going to jump forward, put some hurt onto Cream, but now the turnaround's here. Waldemar, he's going to have forward barrage again in not too long. That's going to do a lot of slowing up. Cream on the backline. Has to be careful of Tetno, though. He falls. Waldemar going to be the next target. Burst of Judgment zones everyone out, makes them run away. Forward barrage does not land onto the key targets. Leon is actually going to be close enough that the heal from Jetpacks finds the kill, and that is another 2 for the side of Prometheus. They are doing an admirable job right now of winning the early game with a late game comp. Tetno wants more, though. He's going on to Bayu, who does not have any mana. He doesn't quite have the damage to finish it off, though. A tiny payout collected for the side of Prometheus. Look at Leon's health.
So what looked like an awful fight for Prometheus, they were able to turn it around and ended up going 2-0. All thanks to, once again, the positioning that Tetno, JJ, and Jetpacks have in these engagements. Jetpack, did such a fantastic job of just sitting at the back and keeping Tetno and Leon alive as well as he could, and that resulted in Cream just overextending without the support from Bayu and Waldemar. Their cooldowns were still up, which meant that they couldn't provide the support that they really needed to, and with Cream down, it was just an immediate turn onto Waldemar, and again, when he is out of the fight, it's an easy kill. Leon goes for the fourth chord.
Yeah, fourth chord right onto Waldemar. Tetno's in position to finish it up, and that's 1 kill over to Prometheus. Cream, he's going to try and get out of here, but he has to run through the gauntlet, breaking down that fence. Leon and Tetno are easily able to find that second kill, and Bayu is just left alone here like, what am I meant to do, guys? You got to stop getting caught.
Mad credit to Leon landing that fantastic forced accord as they go for another engagement onto Bayu.
Yeah, great Polite Company comes in. The Quibble does a bit of damage as well, but they don't want to risk diving for it. Death timers are extremely short this early into the game. You know that Waldemar could be quite close.
Really impressive stuff from this Prometheus lineup. We talked about how Finn can make so many great plays, and that right there is one of them. The range on this Force the Cord is just so long that it is so great for setting up these picks if you have the vision. He needs to be careful though, he's a little overextended in the lane.
He is, but it's Cream and Bayou, and Bayou's the only one with damage here. If Waldemar is there too, I don't see Leon getting out, but he was okay. Bayou has actually taken a lot of harass early on here, but here comes a forward barrage. Waldemar finally moving in to join his team for this aggression. Suri strikes, but misses the forward barrage onto jetpacks. Tetno, surprisingly, actually, just going to be farming up the jungle right now, even though maybe he could find an opportunity to fight here with his team. He is starting to come around the backside, looking for the flank. Waldemar is going to face check this bush. Tetno might be able to find himself the kill, but he's going to play it safe. Just use that on point, get the shield back on out of there. Leon was moving up to try and assist, but can't find a good opportunity. Wait a minute, there's a forced accord. Quibble down onto Cream. Look at that damage. Tetno on the side finds the kill onto Waldemar as well. Leon just running disruption in the lane, buying Tetno the time he needs.
That was really smart from the rest of Prometheus because they knew that Waldemar was out of position, and you could see Tetno JJ wanted to go for the fight, but because of the positioning of Odyssey, it would have been so easy for them to rotate down and create a 3 versus 1 scenario for Tetno JJ. But once that engagement happened, and Bayou and Cream were too preoccupied with the other members of Prometheus, that meant that Tetno JJ was safe enough to go for the 1 versus 1, and given that he was able to pick up the Sorrow Blade and was at 5-1 at the time, it was a very easy solo kill for him. Really impressive stuff from Prometheus, and they have made this early game work for them phenomenally well, and you can just see how well they're scaling as things go on. This team is very impressive so far. Leon might be looking for another Force to Core.
Oh, yeah. It's just about to come off cooldown. A few seconds left. Jetpacks baiting in a little bit maybe here, trying to encourage Cream to walk down into that jungle. Get hooked up by Leon. Waldemar's got to be careful here. Leon does have that flare in the bush. He knows exactly where the members of Odyssey are, but Cream is doing a smart thing here, staying at front, knowing that if anyone gets hooked, if it's him, that's the least bad situation, or the best situation, rather, for the side of Odyssey. Leon going to have to move up here now to the lane, try and defend this a little bit. Jetpacks has to be careful on the sideline. Scout Trap and that forward barrage doing a decent chunk of his health. Tetno right now is having free reign of the jungle to farm. No one is pressuring him, and we said earlier they need to make this early game work for Odyssey. They're definitely not doing that right now. Leon, he's stepping forward a little bit.
Tetno JJ really has been the man for me in this game. His positioning and the way he's executed this Black Feather has been phenomenal. I was a little bit skeptical about this Adagio Black Feather comp where you pretty much put all the emphasis on the Black Feather. You're relying on Tetno JJ to be the carry for your team because you're effectively running what is a double support style of composition where you just buff up, you provide a wall for Tetno JJ to play around, and you just rely on him to do all the damage. But Tetno JJ has shown up, and he has been doing it. You can see that in his scoreline, 6-1-1, the Sorrow Blade completed. He is just having a phenomenal game right now.
Yeah, look at this. I love the way they're just using jetpacks as bait, basically, right? Leon's trying to go fishing with this hook. He needs some good bait. What do heroes eat on Vainglory? Well, it turns out they eat Adagios. So that's why he is the bait.
Adagios, that's what they eat, is it? That's the regular delicacy.
Did you see Christian at the live championships, man?
Yeah, everyone was eating
tasty
that up for
stuff,
sure, yeah.
You know?
Right now, the game is in a bit of a standstill. Force the Cord actually just misses onto Bayou. So now with that on cooldown, it's going to be down for a minute. So Prometheus not going to be looking for any kind of pick. But what you can see Odyssey are trying to do is they're waiting for Bayou to complete some major complete some major items. Because he is pretty much their only hope at this point in time. He's going to be scaling very well. He has the wave clear. You can see him sitting on quite a lot of gold right now. And once he completes some of those major items, once he hits those big power spikes, that could be the turning point that they were looking for. But they're still running this double crystal power composition, and you can already see the side of Prometheus itemizing against it and dealing with all this crystal power that's coming out from them.
Yeah, they are doing a good job when it comes to the itemization. Right now, I mean, what do you do if you're the side of Odyssey? It feels like your power spike has already somewhat departed you. You know, you do have the Scarf, which is going to be great later on in the game.
Cream.
But Cream, oh, that's not what you want to be doing. You definitely do not want to face check bushes. He's got to use his Gauntlet, which is a 100-second cooldown. just to get away. I mean, that is a huge window of opportunity for Prometheus here. Wouldn't surprise me maybe to see them push up to the enemy minion mine.
I feel like that's what they could do, or if nothing else, just try and pressure towards the enemy jungle, because the back camps give so much gold, and denying that from this from a team that's just trying to stall things out and just trying to get as much farm and experience as possible would work to your advantage. But Prometheus want to play it safe. They're just going to keep farming up. They're going to be looking for these opportunities. Force the Cord is available right now, so they could potentially look for a pick, but with the Kraken spawning, this is a very important time for both these teams.
Absolutely. One misstep could easily secure the game, or at least an advantage for either. Oh, Waldemar does actually get hit by that Force the Cord, even though he used the reflex block. He just didn't do it quite soon enough, and as a result, he is going to get chunked out in a big way. Jetpacks and the side of Prometheus, they have a little bit of sustain on their kit. You know, jetpacks can heal people up. It is not the same thing on the side of Odyssey, so they really need to be careful with their health bars. They cannot afford to get poked out like that.
Look at this, triple Fountain of Renewal. I talked about them itemizing. Oh, hang on, Waldemar.
Wow, Techno JJ has got a ton of damage right now. That was a massive play from him, just jumping forward, the heal coming out of jetpacks, giving him that little extra reach to just finish it up. Very nice work there.
And that big kill is going to be absolutely massive for them, because now they're going to gain so much control over the map. And you can see already Techno JJ moving into the enemy half of the jungle, doing what they can to try and gain control, which is exactly what we were talking about earlier, as Cream now may be the one that's in a little bit of trouble.
He is certainly taking a lot of poke damage out of jetpacks. Obviously, you do a decent chunk just by virtue of the amplification from your kit. But he's not really itemizing in a very aggressive way. He's actually itemizing in a very support-oriented way, picking up the clockwork so that he can heal more, picking up the frostburn so that when he heals allies versus just himself, he actually slows people in the area around them, too. He's got a great itemization just for keeping Techno JJ in the fight, doing all of the damage.
And this is exactly what the composition is all about, though. It's revolving around Techno JJ, and the longer this game goes on, the harder he's going to be scaling up, and the more difficult it's going to be for Odyssey to come back into this game. There's still plenty of opportunities. It's only one bad fight that results in comebacks coming. We saw this in last week's games. We saw how close they could be, and one overcommitment can result in that comeback potential, because the bigger the goal gap, the bigger the ability to come back. So they need to be careful. They need to take these very smart fights, as a lot of poke is coming down.
I don't know if this is the fight that Prometheus are looking for. Look at Techno's health right off the bat. He is going to use that Rose offensive to get onto Waldemar, though. He's doing a great job of juking around the sides of the fight, but it's not going to be enough. Forward Barrage and Scarf find that kill. Now Leon goes down. Jetpack's the last remaining member on Prometheus. Going to be trying to back away to his turret here, but Bayou's getting sped up. They're looking for this one. Frostburns are going to keep him slowed up. Forward Barrage comes out. Jetpacks, the heal is not enough, and Ace comes through for Odyssey.
And this is what I was talking about. One fight can easily swing the game, and the positioning from Prometheus was just awful right there. You do not want to be funneling into a choke point, playing against a Sky and a Scarf. Their area of effect abilities are absolutely massive. It was so easy for them to just cut Techno JJ off from the rest of his team, and once he was out of the fight, that was it. We've talked so much about how Techno JJ is the man of the hour, and how all of the pressure is being put on him to carry his team. He is in that carry role, and if you fall, then that's it. There's no way for you to come out ahead in these fights. But insanely well played to Odyssey, and such a great job from Bayu. His positioning was outstanding in that fight.
It really was. I have to agree. No one was really focusing him, so he just got so much damage down over the course of it. He's got a broken myth now, which is obviously massive in these more extended fights. Prometheus are back up. They have lost a bit off the back of that, but they're still in a decent spot just by virtue of the massive amounts of damage Techno can do if he's left unchecked. They've just got to find that good force accord, that good engagement to really snowball a fight. They haven't even taken one turret, though. I mean, it's hard for them to gain pressure on the map when you haven't even got one turret, so the minions are always pushing into your base so aggressively. I mean, they've only got their Vein Crystal turrets left. That is a big disadvantage. Look at how far back they're having to pull just to defend that push. Meanwhile, Odyssey, they're starting off this Kraken. This is why turrets are so important.
Well, they realize the position of the waves, and they know that it's very easy for them to set it up. TechnoJJ gonna try and go for the steal. 1v3.
Ooh, nearly. That was actually very close, but he does get stunned by the gauntlet, trying to use that damage aversion to get out of there, but he goes down. Jetpacks and Leon, they're doing what they can to slow the pressure of this Kraken, but here comes Odyssey. They want some more. Bayou does have that Frostburn, slows up Jetpacks a little bit, but with the Warhorn, I believe that was a Warhorn activation, they are able to get... Sorry, no, that was just boots from Leon. They are able to get out of there for now. Look at this, Waldemar jumping right onto him. Frostburn, he's so slow right now. He just can't get out of here. He is going to get the death from above on top of him. Leon falls. Odyssey, they might secure the win right here off the back of that one bad fight. This is what we keep seeing in the last few weeks of VGL. Wow, I mean, they have had a tough game all game long, and suddenly they come back. This is going to be a great series between the two SK teams.
And what a way to start this series off with a comeback like that. They were 3,000 gold down, and then to just win one fight and get that gold, the comeback mechanic into effect right there really shows how one fight really can swing the game. Bayou, really the man of the hour. The positioning in that one big team fight was absolutely huge. Standing behind the wall and getting that Dragon's Breath onto all three members, being able to isolate out TechnoJJ, killing him, and then gaining so many turrets, giving them so much control over the game was absolutely phenomenal. Really impressive stuff from Odyssey, and I'm really excited to see how they change things up coming into the second game.
All right, well, we're going to be passing it over to our analyst, Rome, who, in case you haven't heard, has evolved to his final form. He is now officially SEMC. Rome, take it away.
What an awesome match between the two. And we saw how Odyssey was able to take their composition. They were able to push that early game, take a bit of advantage. But Prometheus, they played very well throughout. The only problem looking at this was their comp was so heavily based around the Black Feather that, and especially when you're going up against a Scarf and a Sky, who are both range carries and are able to reposition within the Sky, it's very hard to keep track of them, especially when they don't bundle up. So that was a very difficult job for TechnoJJ. He had to either focus one, and the distance he had to get from that one person to another was way too far, with Arden standing in the back using that Vanguard. But overall, well played on both ends. For the next game coming into this, I would like to see, Prometheus playing more to their traditional compositions and their positions. We're seeing Leon play as a roam last game, and although he did very well, I think their team may have done better, especially when during the draft phase where they secured Blackfeather first, they secured Arden first, but with the Finn, they also left open Sky for the other team. Odyssey got all their comfort picks last game, and in the end, that's what won in the game. Let's throw it back over to the VGL guys so they can discuss a bit more before we hop into the next draft phase.
Alright, thank you very much. We are going to stay here looking at the teams, seeing what can actually happen. What a great start here. Very, very well played. And
yeah, I actually do have a question for Rome. I know for a fact, and you mentioned it already a couple of times, that you have the pleasure of playing with Leon and Jetpacks a lot. What I'm interested in, is Leon frequently taking the roam role, or is that just something they are mixing up, like just the matter the draft they're going into?
I think with this composition that they had last game, they did decide that TechnoJJ was a more consistent Blackfeather. And Leon is such a great player all around. I've actually never seen him play in a rogue position before, but he executed that Finn really well last game. They did lose in terms of their team composition, even though the other team was running a double crystal carry. And they did a good job of building up defensive items like fountains on all three heroes across the board. But however, it was their ability to get into the back line, dig deep against both these range carries that did prove difficult for them in the end.
So do you think if they put him, like if they do go in a different draft and they put him into a jungle or a lane carry position, do you think he has more capability in those roles to actually carry that game to a win?
Definitely. Leon is one of the players on their team that I do think makes that big of a difference. And because he's not playing on a carry position, you're actually losing out on so much that he can benefit for the team. After this first loss, they're going to be like, okay, let's go back to what we do best and let's pick a composition based around that.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure they're going to be securing either a Sky or a Vox or a Ringo next game. And Jetpacks will probably go back to the jungle, but that's what they've been doing so well in this tournament before. Jetpacks is great where he knows how to play these different compositions. He knows when to be aggressive in the jungle. And Leon, the thing about Leon is because mechanically he's so sound, he does tend to build very offensive items with little defense, and that is what Odyssey has to take advantage of. Odyssey plays a great teamwork wise. They are very synergetic and they make great calls, but they have to be able to lock out on Leon, make sure that he's the one to die first.
Alright, that being said, we are ready for the second match here of this best of 3 series, SK versus SK in the round of 16, VGL Europe. It is, ladies and gentlemen, the first ban, this time from Odyssey, coming up, and it is no one else than Taka once again. And Jetpacks this time a little bit scared about Bayou's Scarf, so he is bunning that one out. What are your thoughts on that, Rom?
With the Taka ban again, it's like I mentioned last round, is because they're gonna try and run a range mage, and so banning out Taka, they leave open spots, especially based around the scarf. But the other team, they thought about this too, and they're like, okay, these guys are gonna ban Taka, which doesn't really affect us. We're gonna be banning Scarf, which actually counters their ban.
Alright, that being said, we are just waiting in that second for the first pick, and it is Black Feather. So this time, Odyssey is able to secure Black Feather. Will it change the outcome of the game, Rome?
Regardless of this match, I think if Prometheus is able to secure their comfort picks, especially based around either Vox or Sky, I'm pretty sure that they're going to come out with the win. Based on what I've seen before, it all comes down to how they play mechanically. As a team, synergy-wise, both teams play really well, but I do have to give the edge over to Prometheus with Leon in the hold.
Alright. That being said, SK Prometheus executing 2 picks, and that is no one else than Sky and Kestrel. So of course, both open, instantly locked down. What are your thoughts? Do they synergize well?
They do synergize very well, and looking at the team composition, we're going to be seeing a very aggressive comp coming out of Prometheus. This is going to be a sight to behold because I'm pretty sure Leon is going to be playing on this guy, and for all the viewers out there, this is like probably the best sample piece to learn from. If we're going to be looking at his Sky throughout from the early game to the late game, we're going to see how dominant Sky is to a very high skilled player.
Odyssey here rounding up their roster with no one else than Catherine and Jewel. So they have a double stun. It is pretty interesting. Jewel, haven't seen for ages, it feels like. Why is that, and why does Odyssey pick them right now, Rome?
Jewel and Catherine is the best counter against Kestrel. And why I'm saying this is because during this last patch, a lot of people were discussing about Kestrel and how very strong she is. But because they were so used to running the same meta compositions that they really lose out. Having Catherine is great against a Kestrel because as long as you're playing aggressive, as long as you're digging down deep, she has nowhere to run. Kestrel is great at poking, but in terms of mobility, she's actually very slow. So being able to use her shield to get their team into range, then Jewel just jumps in and just unleashes damage. This is how Kestrel dies really quick.
Alright, last but not least, it is Arden here for SK Prometheus, trying to be the protector for Kestrel and that Sky. So, last thoughts here before we go into that match, Rome. Odyssey versus Prometheus, by looking at the past match performance and the upcoming matchup here.
So, looking at the other team, they did a very good job of trying to counter Kestrel with the Jewel and the Catherine picks. So what I would actually do here is I would put the Kestrel up in lane, and then I would leave the Sky out in the jungle, where she can use that series strike, reposition herself, dodge out on those stuns, and I'm pretty sure they'll come out with the win.
Alright, so we are super excited to see who is advancing to the quarterfinals, which will happen tomorrow. Sunday it is then, ladies and gentlemen. So we are super excited about the possible quarterfinal matchups. We will be talking later about them.
Yeah, just a little side note from me. We do have in the other slot actually the Rebel Alliance playing against MediaPixel Team 1. That matchup is already over. You can see all of those informations and stats in just in a second on our Fame Glory site. So Rebel Lion lost in a 0-2 to MediaPixel. Just the side note, and now, as Blueberries already said, we're going to see the second matchup between SK Odyssey and SK Prometheus.
All right, thank you very much, guys, in both Dusseldorf and, of course, Rome as well in Canada. We're very appreciative of the analysis that you do between games, but now it is time to see the second one between Odyssey and Prometheus. Both members of the SK organization. We've got a schism on the Halcyon fold. My name's Action Jackson. Joining me again is Vedius. Let's get into it.
Well, I am looking forward, and we have had a little bit of a cheeky message from Roan saying we should keep our eyes on Leon this game, because if anyone's going to be the massive carry, it is definitely going to be him. We know this guy is a highly talented player. I just checked out, he is actually Vainglorious Silver right now, so he is very high up on the ladder, and I am expecting him to be the massive carry in this game on that Sky. Super excited to see him play, as we do actually see a three-man group from Odyssey up in the lane.
I think Bayou might have given it away a little bit, though. He stepped up as if he was actually going to attack Tetno, and you wouldn't just sort of randomly expect that. Now Tetno's playing a little bit further back. Waldemar just jumping back into his bush. That cooldown being gone actually may have been a good opportunity for Leon and Jetpacks to go for something, but they are not going to. They're just going to be invading a little bit, looking for some of these back camps. Leon alone right now in enemy territory, does have to be a little bit careful here.
Yeah, look at this aggressive play from Leon. This is what we were expecting from Odyssey's Sky in Game 1. They were running that Sky, and we were expecting them to be all about the early game aggression and saying, hey, we're going to take your jungle away. But Leon picking up these two back camps completely uncontested is a very smart thing from him. I'm really impressed with what he's been doing, but you can see Odyssey trying to do the same thing back to Prometheus, as Jetpacks actually gets the jungle camp, so really well played from him.
They got to be careful right now, because Leon could just come in for a pincer play and try and set something up. He has finished up these forward camps. Odyssey, when they see that those are gone, should know what's going on. Jetpack's only level 1 here, though, to the 3 of Leon. Could be in a bit of a tough spot. What is that damage? Cream just got creamed. Man, Jetpack's gonna have to be careful here, though. Very low health. Jewel trying to find it. Waldemar gets it, but Leon is going to find 2.
Oh my.
Holy
my. What was that damage from Leon? We talked about how strong the early game is, but picking up 3 crystal bits, having all that crystal power early on, really shows you how much damage this forward barrage can do. But he's not done yet. He's looking for more.
Yeah, he's actually trying to pick up Cream here. Just has to wait for this cooldown to come back up, which is actually... Oh, he uses most of it to pick up the camp, though. And now there's more here, but he gets it! Leon actually finds the kill. Waldemar, he's in a 1 versus 1. Look at how much damage he's taking! I'm losing my mind right now. What is going on? Leon, there's a reason why people like Rome have been saying we need to focus on him. Oh, Kestrel! Going for it! Oh, man! If the one glimmer shot had landed onto that, oh, that is insane.
All right, Action Jackson, breathe. I'll take it
calm
over
down
for a little while you catch your breath, because we've had a lot of exciting stuff happen so far. Techno JJ He tried to go for that snipe right at the end there, wasn't quite able to get it, but coming back to this guy, Leon, he is really stepping up this game. In game 1, he was playing that roam position, and we were wondering if he could pull it off, and yes, he did have a fantastic Finn game, but he wasn't really the carry that we were expecting. Now, on this Sky, you can see him being that carry that Prometheus really needs to come out ahead in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like, I was talking about how Rome got his final form after SEMC hired him. Well, apparently Leon is in his final form right now, going for another kill on Waldemar. Look, this damage is just... I feel like it's deja vu every single fight. It's the only thing to talk about. He just melts them instantly. There's no, mechanical crazy plays. He's not juking all over the place. He's just killing them with forward barrage.
Have you seen that meme where it goes, "Your jungle? My jungle," because that pretty much is what Leon is doing right now.
My lane as well. Apparently, he's heading right in here. Use that Surrey Strike to reposition. Gets a forward barrage down. Cream is super low. Bayou is super low. He's used on point, but it's gonna expire. Leon gets another one. He is 5 for 0 in 4.5 minutes. He alone, as one member of Prometheus, has got more than a kill a minute.
He is also level 7! Level 7! Action Jackson!
Techno, he gets one!
Techno JJ, I didn't even notice. I've been looking at Leon too much because Techno's being...
There are other players. There are other players in the game, Vedius.
Oh, right, yeah, I forgot. But Techno JJ being able to get a solo kill, that kind of speaks to me that the morale of Odyssey right now is being hurt quite a lot. Because Leon, with such a dominant early game, 5 minutes in, the score is 6-1, and he is already, I said it, level 7 to the level 5 of the side of Odyssey is absolutely insane. But he's not done. He's going for more.
Leon, I mean, he's 1 versus 2 right now, but the 2 is retreating because he's just that strong. That said, good chain CC coming through. Can he kite backwards? Death from above stuns up Waldemar. Now Jetpacks is here. He's evened the odds, not that they maybe needed to be. Leon dodges out beautifully from that shock coming out of Jewel, finds himself a kill. Jetpacks gets one for himself as well. It is 8-1 right now at 6 minutes. Tetno, though, might call the stealth, just gets him to the safety of his turret. What an action-packed game, Vedius.
I know, right? This game is absolutely insane. This is not what I was expecting, but this is what Rome hinted to. He was all about Leon. He's the guy, and we keep hyping on about him because we have to. He really is being the carry that Prometheus needed. I'm just super impressed with how this is playing out so far. You can already see some big items being worked towards. We didn't even mention the fact that Techno JJ picked up a very early tension bow, realized that typically you want to pick up the tension bow if you're going for those early game plays, and it does make sense considering how far ahead Leon is in the early game. So you can see Techno JJ building to help support Leon go for these aggressive plays. Bayou has also picked himself up a Serpent's Mask, so he might be looking for a fight himself.
But look at the damage he takes right off the bat, and this is perfect positioning from Leon. Whoa. But there comes the ultimate out of Jewel. He nearly gets it. Leon, he's just barely able to keep the distance. I can't. Oh, man. I could have done that better, but I lost it. That was ridiculous. I cannot believe he managed to get away from the ultimate. The big red button just barely not taking down Leon. He is 8 for 0 at the moment. And I think this game might be over. I mean...
Well, not yet. Let's not jump to conclusions now, because we've seen big comebacks happen. We talk about it a lot when you and I love to cast these EU games, because it is pretty much a tendency that I feel we have seen. You have to remember that Prometheus had the early game in game 1 as well, and they were the ones not really able to set up any sieges. They couldn't even take away a turret, and eventually, one good fight in the favor of Odyssey swung things back around. They got control of the map. They got the Kraken. They closed out the game. The bigger the gold gap, the easier it is if you get to come back into the game, if you just get that one good fight. All the pressure is now on top of Leon. He has been using it very, very well. He's been fueled by that pressure from what we've seen so far, but that could all crumble if one bad fight happens to go in favor of Odyssey.
That is a fair point, I suppose, but Leon's got a Shatter Glass now, and that's another fair point to make. His damage is going to be absolutely obscene. Cream, he might be going down here. That's some sour cream. Good on Nachos. Leon finds himself a kill there, along with Techno JJ. They're pushing down this second turret, really applying pressure.
You put sour cream on your nachos?
Dude, of course you put sour cream on your nachos.
Anyway, coming
Mexican food and sour cream is a marriage made in heaven.
Alright, well, we can discuss your taste in food later, because I'm going to go back to that fight for a quick second. Looking at Leon once again, great positioning, using that forward barrage as well as the Surge Strike to get in a way so that there was no way for them to lock him down, and he was just able to get off all that free damage. You talked about the Shadow Glass. He's also picked himself up an Eve of Harvest, so he's going to be getting a bit of extra sustain off the back of that as well. A lot of crystal power right now, and he has found Waldemar. He doesn't have the jump available.
That was one forward barrage.
He's level 11. Level 11 to the level 8 of Waldemar. There's no way. And now they found Bayu.
Oh, look at how long. He can just jump forward with the Surrey Strike. An obscene distance. Cream, yet again, caught by himself. He's single Cream this time. But he is going to be going down. No way out of this one. Leon picks himself up. Another kill. I feel like I've said that a few times. 10-0 right now. At only 9 minutes. He's still got more than a kill a minute. Jumping in, trying to raise that even further. Bayu is alone against him right now. Leon just playing between the turrets. Can't land the forward barrage. At this point, he maybe has to be a little bit careful. Wait for those cooldowns to come back up. Techno gets one, though. Very nice snipe coming out of him.
Techno with the beautiful play on the Kestrel. Somebody we really haven't talked about very much, but you have to give credit to Techno. He's full 0-3 right now. He's done his fair amount of contribution in setting up for these sieges on these turrets. His poke is very reliant on being able to take away these next few turrets, and you can see there's nothing that Bayu can do about it. They really don't have the wave clear necessary to prevent this siege coming out from Prometheus, and you can see that coming out right now. Oh, a bit of a aggressive play coming out from Cream, but being only level to the level 9 of Bayu and Techno JJ, I think it's going to be harder and harder right now for Odyssey to find the fight that they're really looking for.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. I'm actually a little bit surprised that Leon is just jungling right now. He's fallen behind. You know, he's not a kill a minute anymore. Techno JJ does get caught out a little bit. Big red button comes out, but Techno just barely is going to be able to kite backwards, and now Leon is here, even through the jump. It is going to be a kill. Leon with the double, looking for more. He's going to get boosted forward. Bayu, the forward barrage, a triple kill comes out for Leon by himself. Basically, I
think the big carry of this game has been Jetpacks. No, I'm kidding. Jetpacks has done a massive amount of contributing, but Leon, this guy, where was he last game? Why didn't he do this on Arden? But hang on, the action isn't over yet.
All right, Jetpacks is actually in a bit of a tough spot here. Does have to be careful. Lots of damage coming down, but there's no big red button to finish up the kill. And when you're playing Crystal Power Jewel, you kind of need that ability to be at your most effective. You know, you asked where Leon was last game. I think maybe he just needed to, like, charge up first.
Right,
Like,
yeah.
he absorbs the energy and then releases it in game 2.
Charging his Spirit Bomb, that's what it was. He was collecting the energy from the viewers. Twitch chat were all sending him their energy. Now he's all collected it. He's absorbed the Spirit Bomb. He doesn't throw it, he absorbs it, and he uses the energy to fuel his Sky. So clearly, Sky runs off of the energy of Twitch chat, because 13-0-4 right now. He's gone back to that kill a minute.
I mean, talking about that, right? So the dev stream yesterday, they revealed the energy source, or the source of power for the new hero. Has Sky got a source of power in the lore? Because I think it should be Twitch chat.
Well, whatever way, Leon has figured it out, because he is fully utilizing it right now, and hopefully he doesn't tell anyone his secrets, because I'm yet to see anyone use Sky as well as he does right now.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen anyone play Sky this effectively.
Oh.
What is the damage? Forward barrage, every single hit of it lands. Cream now in a tough spot. Bayu trying to do what he can, but he is having no impact. Leon, he's moving forward. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets it on the fountain. He does with the forward barrage and the one-shot, one kill. That is going to be an ace coming in. The regeneration is going to buy time for Prometheus to push this victory in and even up the series 1-1. SK versus SK. We're going to be going to a game 3.
We certainly are. It's going to be blind pick, but it doesn't look like the action is quite over yet, because Techno JJ, he's still fighting on the back line.
I don't see him being able to handle this one, though. I mean, I said single cream earlier. Right now, he is, you know, again, single cream. You know, he's run out of cream. Yeah, there's no cream left. It's gone.
He's gone.
I ate it.
But what a phenomenal play. What a phenomenal game from these two teams. Prometheus being able to equalize the series 1-1. And this is a very important game. You heard the analyst mention it earlier on, where the winner of this is going to be moving on to the quarterfinals. This is the round of 16. The round of 8 is going to be coming up next. Obviously, SK running two insanely strong teams, but Leon really stepping up his game. I think he is once again going to be the man of the hour coming into this Game 3 blind pick.
I'm inclined to agree with you, but let's hear a little bit more from Rome. He always has some good stuff to say. Take it away.
So, before this match even started, I was hyping up on Leon, and especially when I saw that Sky pick, and it just comes to show. I believe, and I sincerely believe this, that he is probably the best Sky in the world, and even if it runs across different heroes, his mechanics just make him one of those top players. So coming to this third match, like, what can we expect? What can Odyssey do to actually, you know, come out with the win? Like, they have to strategize, and they have to come in with this certain specific plan that if we're gonna be playing again, especially in blind pick, we have to be able to focus on grabbing a composition that is able to delete Leon out of the picture. He's so strong in the early game towards the mid game that it starts to snowball, and there's no coming back from this. But before we get to the third match, let's throw it over to the VGL guys. We'll talk about certain things that are coming up with the Fame Glory app, and yeah.
Thanks a lot, Rome, for your thoughts. Great stuff going on here in the round of 16. And let's have a look here. It is tied, as you can see. It is 1-1 at the moment. Those are the rosters playing. Ref29, the captain, not playing here for Prometheus. And on the other hand side, we do not see AD0 here currently on the roster for SK Odyssey. And this is just phenomenal what we have been seeing so far. Leon yeah, I can only connect what you have said there, Rome. It's just phenomenal. It's just pretty badass, so to say, what he's actually showing here. What kind of mechanics and how he is establishing some kind of aura around him.
Yeah, and a question. How do you catch that so-called badass? How could you, like, how can Odyssey do anything against him at the moment when he's playing such a super powerful Sky?
Grabbing heroes, especially that is able to lock him down, securing stuns is really good against Sky, but you also have to know how to play around her. With her forward barrage, with her series strike, you can expect to be walking into a straight line full of damage, and right when you get close, like we saw last game, he would just series strike into like a whole different position where he again has that advantage in terms of distance. Throwing down Ardent Gauntlets is actually very good at locking out Sky, but you also need to be able to like play very smart in the early game, because she is so strong where if you're playing too aggressively and you get punished, it starts to snowball. That's true. But if you can focus more attention towards the lane and just trying to avoid the Sky in the early bit, if you can get an advantage there and help out your laner, it does carry on to a point where your laner is able to now rotate down and fight as 3. In a 2v2 fight specifically against Leon on Sky, it's very hard. And I keep stressing this over and over again that what can we do to like actually focus on them? Leon doesn't build much defense like we saw last game, and they have to keep this in mind. Burst heroes is very good. I would specifically go with Ataka next game just to counter this.
Alright, so we will see, asking the teams if they are ready, and if they are, I think everyone is super hyped here to jump into the third match. Of course, as usual, no draft, no ban, nothing, and that is the problem. We don't know yet for whom, but of course everyone is looking for Leon's Sky once again, and the possible Taka here from the other team. So let's see. Hopefully everyone is ready. Just waiting for the last invite in that second. And I think once we've done that, we are pretty much good to go. So not more than a couple of seconds, and then we are good to kick this match off. And we will see, actually, let's jump back in the bracket and let's see what are the potential matchups. Like SK, who can they face tomorrow? We see Megapixel is pretty much waiting here against Rebel Lion. Excuse me. They are playing. We will talk a little bit later about this, but as you can see, it's 2-0, and they are waiting in the tomorrow's quarterfinals here against one SK team.
Yes, and also just to note that because we teased a little bit, it is a 2-0 against the Rebel Lion, and obviously we saw what last weekend happened to Megapixel Team 1. They struggled a little bit, but we will talk about that in the in-depth a little bit more. Let's jump in to the blind pick, and yeah, maybe Rome, you can tell us a little bit, since you're watching this now, what is happening here.
Yeah, so like you just mentioned earlier, the winner of this game is going to be facing Megapixel tomorrow. So they have to come into this and they're going to be like, let's work out our kinks right now. And that, like, we have to avoid, like for Prometheus, is like we have to avoid taking it too easy, as like they did in the first round. They should prioritize on playing to their team's strengths overall, especially with having Leon and Jetpacks as their main carries. I do think their potential outcome is so much better. With this next game coming in blind pick, I'm expecting Leon to play Sky, and other than him just doing a fabulous job, we're able to, as the viewers and as spectators, we're able to take this all in and just see what the kind of potential she has when played under the right person.
Alright, and here we see the roster. Jetpacks playing Catherine, Leon on Sky, of course, TechnoJJ on Kestrel, Cream is on Arden, Valdemar on Scarf, and Bayou on Glaive. Any last thoughts before we give it over to the casters?
Same thing as last game. Because I'm looking at how Odyssey picked out their composition this game, they do have a poke and they do have a good peel in terms of Glaive and the Vanguard coming out of Arden. But Leon uses this Surge Strike way too well. I'm pretty sure that once he digs deep, jumps to the back line, and targets out Sky first, the other team has no chance to come back. What they're going to have to do is play really smart around this game, wait until they're later into the game where Arden's Gauntlet is up, and try and trap him, zone him out, and then focus him down.
Alright, thanks a lot, Rom, for your analysis, and I would say Action Jackson, Vedius, take it right away here.
All right, can't wait to. This is going to be game 3, SK versus SK, massive. I mean, this series has just been nuts. You can see right now, it's already going to start being nuts as Bayou knocks in Techno. He's got no way of getting out of there. I didn't even get a chance to, hype up the game really or announce my co-caster, but Leon is trying to find a 2 versus 3 fight here, doing some good damage, but he doesn't have quite the lead he did last game just yet. Let's get into this one. Vedius, how's it going?
It's going pretty well. I've been enjoying this series so far, and Odyssey decided to step things up coming into game 3, already going for a hyper-aggressive play onto TechnoJJ, using that afterburn to knock him out of position and set that play up for a very early kill onto Waldemar, and that's going to be great for this Scarf pick. Something that they were lacking in the last game was wave clear. Now that they have that, it's going to be a lot easier to deal with the siege that was coming out from TechnoJJ on this Kestra in the last game. So already, Prometheus not quite having the same early game that they had in the last game, but they could be looking to change that as they take away some of these forward camps very close to the Odyssey lineup.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have the ability to find the same early game again if Leon just gets 1 or 2 big fights, and he is positioning aggressively, looking for those. You can see that Cream is going to have to be very careful, especially about getting caught out here as he pushes up towards the enemy shot. I'm a little bit sad he didn't pick something weird. I was hoping to use my cream cheese joke, but I'm just gonna mention it. Anyway.
Just thought I'd throw that one in there. Gotta get as many cream puns as
witty.
possible.
Anyway,
right now. So both teams, both under the SK organization, both picking up players from SK Chimera, and so far those additional players have been doing wonders for both these teams. I'm really impressed with how things have been playing out so far. And this third game is going to be a big one. Was obviously blind pick if you have only just joined us. So there were no bans out, but Jetpacks could be in some trouble.
I think Tetno's the one in trouble here. Bayou knows exactly the person to be going on to. Jumping straight onto the back line, finding that Kestrel pickup for himself. Doing a nice job on Glaive in this early game.
He certainly is. Being able to get those early kills is something that they want to try and deny from Leon. So early game very heavily going in the favor of Odyssey right now, and this is good for them. They do scale very well with the Scarf. You can also have quite a lot of damage coming out from the Glaive. So right now, very great early game coming out for Odyssey, and this is a nice change for them, you know, considering how hard they got beaten in Game 2. You'd expect their morale to be a little bit hurt. You'd expect them to maybe be a little bit on tilt, but coming into this, they seem to have refreshed their minds. They're sitting there thinking to themselves, it's okay, guys, we've still got one more game. We're just going to play our style. And so far, their style is working for them nicely.
I mean, it depends on the team, doesn't it? Some teams, when they have their back against a wall, they find it really tough to pull it out and actually do good. And other teams, they're like a slinky. They just bounce back. So it certainly seems like Odyssey is the latter. Bayou looking for another afterburn here. Does land onto Tetno, but Waldemar's not in position to get those Spitfires. And now Bayou's in a bad spot. Leon comes through with Tetno. They get that one kill. There's a Surrey strike. Look at the damage out of Leon with all those crystal bits. He is going to force Cream and Waldemar to back up, finally finding a kill for the side of Prometheus.
So Bayou there, overextending just a little bit too much under the turret, and he should have immediately disengaged, but he stayed a little bit too long trying to set up that play onto Tetno JJ, and that resulted in Leon and Jetpacks being able to rotate back up and provide assistance to help Tetno JJ get himself a kill and get themselves on the board. So very nice stuff coming out from Prometheus.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree, and it's really interesting, though, how it's not transferring to that much of a lead in lane. We've only got a slight CS lead. In fact, when these minions die, Tetno will have a CS lead over Waldemar. I mean, considering that they've gotten 2 kills on him and put a lot of pressure in the lane, it's surprising that Waldemar hasn't been able to pull further ahead.
You can see the biggest CS difference really developing between Bayou and Leon right now, because Bayou has been concentrating so much onto setting up these ganks and trying to get his team kills, while Leon has just been sitting in the jungle farming away. And we saw how much he actually invested into the jungle in the last game. Even though he was sitting on like 10 kills, he always made it a priority to make sure he was picking up the enemy back camps, picking up his own back camps if he went back to base. And he really does a good job of maintaining those CS levels. But you know, moving past that, you can see now some very big items being picked up for both teams. Tension Bow now completed for Tetno JJ. Frostburn being picked up for Waldemar. Tension Bow also for Bayou. So these big items do suggest to me that both teams now going to be looking for a fight. Tension Bow is something that you want to be picking up for those early game skirmishes. So Bayou really going to be looking for more of those early aggressive plays as the game progresses.
I would definitely agree with that one. Interestingly, Leon is just still really focusing on component items. He's invested heavily in those to get the most gold efficiency early on here. Slot efficiency-wise, not so much, but gold efficiency, he's doing a great job with regards to that. He's going to have a ton of damage. He's actually moving up and looking for maybe a fight here. This is the first time that he's really positioned this aggressively. Jetpack's trying to lead the charge and find that stun, but can't quite do it.
Have a look at the gold miner now, though, because
it is stacking up pretty heavily.
Yeah, it's getting very close to being full to get that maximum gold payout. So I wouldn't be surprised to see both teams posturing around it, looking to set up to pick up that massive gold payout. And this could be the opportunity that Prometheus have been looking for, because their composition right now does a lot of damage in the early game, but given how Waldemar and Bayou have been able to pick up some major items, there is a very good chance for them to still come out ahead, but it is going to be Prometheus kicking off the gold mine.
I really like how they played that too, but it is taken by Jetpacks. Bayou jumps in and immediately dies. That fight was over before it even started, it seemed like. Immediately, people just dropped from Odyssey. And when you put the scout trap the way that Prometheus did, it pulls the mine into your tri-bush if you're standing there, makes it hard to contest. Now Leon looking to do some damage onto Cream here, but man, great pickup for Prometheus.
Prometheus did a really good job of just dragging the gold mine into their half of the map, and that meant that Techno JJ had a much shorter distance to rotate down and provide support. So when Bayou tried to go in for the steal, it turned into a very quick 2 versus 3 because Waldemar was just not close enough to help support them in setting up for that gold mine. So very smart play from Prometheus, forcing Odyssey to come into a situation that would negatively go in their way. So really nice stuff from them, but they're looking for a play onto Techno JJ.
The flare does reveal him, but a great stun out of Jetpack stops Bayou from getting onto the target. Nice teamwork there coming out from Prometheus. I like the fact that Leon's just gone for a Shadow Glass this game. I mean, last game he was like, you know what, I didn't have enough damage. I think I need a Shadow Glass straight away this time.
He's picked up an infusion as well, but Techno JJ...
Yeah, he is in a much tougher spot this time. No opportunity to stealth up. Jetpacks is actually going to get stunned up by the Gauntlet under turret, and Bayou still wants more. Cream tanking it up for now. He's very, very low, but Leon is not nearby to capitalize on this. He's trying to rotate back. He's trying to get some kills for his team, but he might be too late to save this turret. It's falling fairly slow. Here we go. Leon gonna jump in. Waldemar immediately taking a lot of damage. Cream walks right into that death from above. Leon, he just needs to wait for his cooldowns to come back up. There's a forward barrage, but he lands all of it onto different targets. He doesn't just use all the charges onto one person. As a result, Odyssey do get away from that one. Still, a successful turret defense is at least somewhat good for Leon and Prometheus. Techno, he's going to go for Cream. He finds it. Very nice return kill from him. It is 3 for 3 right now with Prometheus leading in gold.
So Leon, we've realized that the only thing he can't do is win a 1 versus 3. So it turns out if you want to beat Leon, just send 3 members into him by himself. Yeah, yet. But Jetpacks as well, they're both trying to set up a siege, but strange decision-making coming out from Cream to face-check that brush right there. There was absolutely no need for him to do it. His team wasn't anywhere nearby. There was nothing for them to pick up. But off the back of that, knowing that they have the numbers advantage, the wave clear not quite enough coming out from Waldemar, so Prometheus going to be picking up the first turret of the game.
Yeah, very nice job by them. Leon getting caught on the backside here, though, does need to be careful. One shot, one kill comes out, does not connect. Look at the damage onto Cream. Leon is uncontested right now, but here comes Bayou. He doesn't find the kill onto Leon, but he does pick up Jetpacks. Techno is alone right now with 2 very low enemies. He is trying to snipe them up, but cannot do it. Reflex block stopping that flame spit from coming out. Techno is going to have to back away. It's too risky for him to keep fighting. Nice work by Odyssey to find 1 kill, though.
Yeah, trading 1 for 1, not that bad. Oh, they didn't even trade 1 for 1. That was a 1 for 0 in favor of Odyssey. Really nice pickup for them. And being able to get these return kills is exactly what you want to try and do when you're playing against this Prometheus lineup, because you do still have that late game threat of the Scar. The thing is, going to weapon power Kestrel build does mean that as the game progresses, you're going to start falling off. People are going to itemize that's going to reduce the amount of damage that your poke can actually do. So the longer this game goes on, the harder it's going to be for Prometheus this time. So a bit of a swap around compared to what we see in game 1, where Prometheus were the one that had all the momentum. And right now, Bayou going to be looking for a play onto Techno JJ.
Oh, but he gets into the bush, which buys him time to get the stealth. You can't stealth when you're being hit, but when he lost vision, that got enough time for Techno JJ to get out of there. Very nice work by Prometheus to keep their members alive. Leon now on the front line using this forward barrage, trying to get the poke down. Got to be careful of Bayou, though. He is going to put out a lot of damage, but look at the return. Leon with a ton of burst right now. I'd actually kind of like him to pick up a Broken Myth this game. Last time round, it didn't make any sense because people died before he could get stacks. This time, he's not having that same level of impact. It would make a great deal of sense. Techno, oh, the Spitfire coming out. They're going to try and buy Techno some time here to get away. Jetpacks running interference. Is it going to be enough, though? Techno stops at the shop to pick himself up a health pot. Cream, he doesn't have any vengeance for him to use the blood for blood. Can't close the distance, and now Leon is here. He's going to be looking for some good damage. Bayou is on the front line running interference again. For him, though, this time, and Leon's in a tough spot. Surrey Strike, look at the range on that ability. Cream gets stunned up. You can see Techno has decided not to actually back to base yet, even though he is super low. Prometheus, they are toying with fire right now, and not just because they're playing against a Scarf. They have got to be careful.
So Leon decided to go for a very early back, which resulted in Techno JJ being caught out of position, but thanks to some fantastic peel coming out from Jetpacks, he was able to keep him alive long enough to prevent him from falling, and it was pretty much just a constant back and forth between both teams, trying to find an opening, trying to find a means to really kick off the fight, but because of how well they played it, because of how the positioning that came out from both teams, it was very difficult for them to actually set up their ideal engagement. So smart stuff from both teams, no kills going down for either side.
You know, compared to last game, the kills in this game are obscenely low. I mean, we saw more than a kill a minute just on Leon last time around. This time around, there have been a total of 7 kills in 13 minutes. That is over half, or less than half if you want to look at it that way, than only Leon's kills per minute for everyone this game. A very big difference in terms of the aggression, and part of the reason for that is, guys, this is game 3. There are huge stakes here. SK, both of these teams, they want to prove to their organization that we're the A team. We're the ones that you guys should be funneling sponsorship deals in, or, giving us more time in the spotlight, transferring us to whichever team, if we go back to Korea, goes to Korea. It's an important game for them. Right now, though, look at this. Where is Bayou? He is miles away from his team. Jetpacks gets caught up in the gauntlet. But it looks like Prometheus are going to disengage. Just get the poke down and play it safe.
Coming back to a little bit about what you were saying earlier, SK Odyssey were actually the team that came back from the VIPL. And as you rightly said, they're going to be the ones looking to prove themselves against this Prometheus, who are actually the winners of the last European qualifier as a fight kicks off onto Techno.
He did use a great reflex block there. Look at the turnaround damage onto Cream. Now Leon's here. It's time for the real fight to begin. He's going to be picking up Cream. That's some whipped cream. Bayou is going to have to afterburn out of there, but Leon jumps forwards. He's knocked back. Bayou saved the second part of that skill perfectly for when Leon decided to re-engage. As a result, only 1 kill picked up so far. Techno wants more, though. The stun gets blocked by Weldemar. And now Techno and his team are going to back off a little bit. We haven't even seen Kraken spawn yet, but it is about to, and that could be a massive part of this game.
It certainly could be. You have to be cautious about that, because the wave clear from Waldemar really is good, but once you have the Kraken in the mix, combined with the poke from Techno JJ, then it becomes a lot harder to defend against these sieges coming out from Prometheus. But coming back a little bit to that fight, you saw Bayou get what looked like a fantastic engagement onto Techno JJ, but then using that beautiful reflex block to be able to escape and prevent himself from being put into too much danger, enables them to then turn it around and buy enough time for Leon join the fight. But Leon, he looks like he's in danger, but when you have that series strike, it becomes very difficult to actually get that engagement onto him, and trying to catch Leon in a bad situation I think is a very difficult thing to do, considering how talented the individual really is.
Yeah, I mean, I forgot, I saw him face checking, and my sort of gut instinct was to be like, oh no, he's face checking. Then I was like, oh, he's Leon. He's good.
Yeah, he's Leon, he's good. He's It's one of the great things about playing these sky comps. As the gauntlet comes down.
Whoa! Cream really committing for this turret. He is staying alive for now. Bayou on the backline trying to deal with Techno, but he's going to be able to get out of there. Leon with the Surrey strike is escaping to the back line. Techno, he goes for the snipe, lands the damage onto Waldemar, but does not find the kill onto Bayou, and he can't get close enough to continue the fight, to continue the chase. Oh, Jetpacks, though, he's looking for it. That's going to be an afterburn out of Bayou, keeping him safe for now. Cream, I didn't think he was going to be able to pull that one off, but he was actually able to secure that turret for his team. Very nice play by him. He's Jersey Cream after that. Very luxurious.
He certainly is. Being able to pick up the turret is exactly what they needed from him, and being able to get away with all of their members as well is a fantastic pickup for them. But knowing now that they have the positional advantage, they're going to pick themselves up a free Kraken. So very smart stuff coming out from Prometheus, knowing that they have the positional advantage and using it to pick themselves that one up. They've now picked themselves up a couple of extra items. Broken Myth now finished for Leon, something you were talking about earlier. Given how extended these engagements actually are, you're going to be able to quickly stack up that Broken Myth. You can also see some infusions being picked up for both teams, so this could very well be a massive fight that could determine the pace of the game.
It's going to be really important that Odyssey do a good job of defending here because they got one turret, but they gave up Kraken for it, and that could lead to several turrets picked up for the side of Prometheus. So far, Prometheus are actually the ones getting poked out quite substantially, barring Bayou, who is maybe needing to be careful here. Leon, reflex blocking a little bit, but he is going to go down. Waldemar now in hot pursuit, trying to go for a kill. Can he find anything? That is the question. Oh, my device. Okay, right, we're good. Jetpacks, he's in a tough spot. Sorry about that. My device just went crazy at a very bad time. We have seen the ace come in for Odyssey, though, and they're just running down the lane right now. They know that this is a big opportunity to find some turrets.
So this time Leon finally gets caught out of position. The guy that we have been praising so much for his fantastic use of the Surrey Strike, his positioning overall, and the natural carry that he is, finally goes down, and Odyssey come out ahead for a 3-0. You can really see the impact that Leon is having in these fights, because with him gone, it becomes so easy for Odyssey to clean up. Given how low mobility Techno JJ is, and when you have the Vanguard as well as a Glaive running at your face, there's very little you're going to be able to do to escape from that. So positioning for Prometheus is so important. Off the back of that Odyssey, they're going to get a big shutdown gold bounty, as well as the gold from the Kraken, means that they are easily back into this game.
Absolutely, and they're in a good spot compared to last game for certain. I mean, they've really shown a lot of different styles of play here. In the first game, it was about the patience, and then in the second game, they were just really struggling with the aggression from Leon. This game, they're starting to make things happen in a big way in the late game, but they also had a pretty good early game, so they've got a lot of options for how they can play these. Waldemar needs to be careful here. Leon is aggressively on the front line trying to find something, does not land the death from above, and is getting poked out by Waldemar. Can Tetno find something here? Here's a turnaround, Dragon's Breath. Leon is getting engaged onto on the back line. Surrey strikes through. That was good for buying time, but Cream alone is dealing with Tetno JJ, who's trying to run out of here. The stealth is going to buy some time, but is it enough? Bayou jumps forward, gets another one. Where has this Odyssey come from? They just annihilated Prometheus 2 fights in a row. This is bad news. They might be able to push down another turret here, and slowly but surely they're accruing an advantage. Waldemar is coming into his own in the late game. Vedius, where do we go from here? How do Prometheus get back to the strong point they were at?
The problem for Prometheus right now is that their composition is starting to be outscaled, and you can see it in these engagements. Kestrel is just not doing the damage that she really needs to be doing in these fights, and Leon, he's pretty much trying to be the solo carry, and Odyssey realized this, so they just focus him out. He's playing very aggressively with his use of the Surrey Strike, as well as the forward barrage, and that's resulting in him taking quite a lot of poke from Waldemar, who has now picked up 3 major items, and with those tier 3 boots, it is so easy to kite around. Combined with the Frostburn means that they can just stay just out of range of Leon and prevent him from really getting all that upfront damage down. They're just playing around Leon so fantastically well, and they're going to be trying to do it again.
Jetpacks is on the front line here, along with Leon trying to put some damage down, but look at Tetno's positioning. He's so far away from the fight, he's not doing anything right now, just that one shot, one kill. Jetpacks, he's taken so much damage that now Prometheus are having to back away, but the engagement is still going. Afterburn onto him, that actually might be great for Prometheus. He is not the target you want to be using that crowd control initiation on. Tetno, he's in a 1v1 with Cream. Leon is jumping on a Waldemar, but look at the AoE damage. Now Tetno's coming back in here. Waldemar has kited back, but he is the lone survivor on the side of Odyssey. Very good fight compared to the ones more recently for Prometheus. But Bayou, what was he doing using his only initiation on Jetpacks? You can't be doing that.
You certainly can't be, as it actually looks like Jetpacks could just go down.
Wow, the fadeaway
coming out from Jetpacks right there. He should not have walked into Waldemar, who really is being the sole carry right now for Odyssey. He is keeping them afloat. His damage is phenomenal. We talk all the time about how great Scarf is coming into the late stages of play, how good his wave clear is, and how much potential he has for stalling out these games. And you saw there in a 2v1 against Leon and Jetpacks, he was still able to come out ahead. And that just shows how talented he is on this hero. Leon, though, in that exchange, was able to get a fantastic forward barrage onto Bayou, who just overcommitted trying to get that kill down onto Jetpacks. And because of that, Prometheus were able to finally get a kill or get a fight go in their favor. But right now, they have the numbers disadvantage. The Kraken has been kicked off as the gauntlet goes down.
It is actually falling very low as well. You can see Infusion is being picked up for these guys. They know how important the next fight is going to be. But very nice by Prometheus. They do actually keep them off of the Kraken. Bayou comes forward, though, trying to get onto Leon. That was a good reflex block, but Leon's by himself right now. He needs backup from his team. Tetno coming in from the side, but look at the Dragon's Breath. Oh, the burst out of Tetno. That was pretty significant. A big silence buys time for Leon. He's jumping onto the back line, trying to get Waldemar, but he can't find it. Now he's in a tough spot. The damage coming out. Cream can't get onto him. Bayou is low as well. Surrey strike forward. That's one. Forward barrage onto him. Cream now very low. Waldemar, he needs to, oh, he's got no energy. He can't do anything. Leon gets it. Jetpacks is alive too. The ace regeneration. A big fight for Prometheus.
But have a look at the positioning of the minions. They're just sitting there seating onto the actual base of Odyssey. They're actually going to lose a turret, but they're going to try and end the game anyway. I don't know if they can do this.
And because of the position of those minions in the base of Prometheus, they didn't take damage from the turret dying. This is going to be intense, but with 20 seconds left on the respawn timers, Prometheus will secure the Vein Crystal first. What a back and forth game. That was absolutely unreal. Every single fight seemed like the fight that would decide the game, but in the end, Prometheus triumph over Odyssey, their sister team within the SK organization. Man, I cannot wait to see some of these players later on in the tournament, Leon especially. Vedius, what a game.
That really was a fantastic game. It was so close. If you didn't see it in the gold, it was actually 44k to 43.9.
Wow.
That just shows in the gold how close it was. The items were also insanely close, and the final fight all came down to positioning. You could see how quickly Waldemar was forced out of the fight because Techno JJ gave away his life to burst down Waldemar. And once he was low, once he was forced away, then Leon and Jetpacks could just kite around Bayou, keep him on the back end, and thanks to some very well-timed reflex blocks combined with the Crucible, Bayou was not able to get off any successful afterburners, which actually put him in a compromising position, which resulted in Leon being able to get those kills and come out ahead in the fight. Leon, in the very end there, was able to use his positional prowess to turn things around, but you have to give mad props to Techno JJ. If he had not got that burst down onto Waldemar, things would not have gone in their favor. But regardless, they're going to take the win. They're going to be moving on to the quarterfinals, and what a fantastic performance coming out from this lineup.
All right, well, in the end, that was an incredible series. Rome is going to handle a bit more of a deep breakdown for you guys, and then we're going to be coming through with the next series. I'm super excited for it. Rome, take it away.
It was definitely a great showing by both teams last game, but I have to give my props over to SK Odyssey. I found that overall, they played their comp a lot better. They knew that because Leon was on Sky, they have to be able to position their Scarf in like a way where Glaive was able to use the Afterburn, Arden was able to use that Vanguard just to help out the Scarf, and they did so well. Waldemar single-handedly almost won that entire game for them. His positioning was always great. He never secured any kills, any deaths I mean, but the difference there in the end game was even with the gold bounties, Leon was always at least 2 times more CS-wise on top of Bayou, and this made such a big difference in the game, where on the side of SK Prometheus, you did have Techno JJ, which was poking from far away, and Leon doing massive amounts of damage, but on the side of SK Odyssey was they put too much bang into that Scarf. Being able to centralize and focus on Scarf being the core damage deal on their team. They played it out, although they played out very well, extremely well in fact. They just didn't have enough output, especially when Scarf did get that one death, and which resulted into them losing the game.
Alright, thanks a lot, Rome, for your insight. We're going to check out here a couple of cool statistics provided by our proud partner, Fame Glory. Alright, there we go. This is here the ending screen. We do see that and all the statistics. So if you go to fameglory.app.com, or even better, you just download the app for Android and iOS free on the App Store and Google Play Store. So let's check out here a little bit the match. Mediapixel Team 1, the current champions in Europe. So Mowgli, Qualifier, Palma Tower finally on the roster after not participating in last week's match, and we saw that it had great impact actually to the outcome. It was not that, I think Mediapixel wasn't not that far ahead, but actually, I would like to talk with Rome together about this match number 1 here, which was played parallel in the first spot. And we do see here all the statistics so far. So, Rome, if you have that up parallel, let's go a little bit over it and about the players and their hero picks and the outcome, of course.
Just give me 1 second while I pull this up.
All right,
I'm
so
just having
no
some
problem.
technical
Just
issue.
let me know when you have that. So I will carry it away. We have Palma Toro here in the first match. He was playing jungle with cool Qualifier on the lane with an Adagio. We have seen that now from Jetpacks in the first match from the series. And Mowgli not going for that Finn, but going for an Arden as a roamer. On the other hand side, quickly finishing with that roster, Troy, he was lane with Scarf, so the lane matchup Adagio versus Scarf looks pretty interesting. Rebel Bucky, he was going to the jungle, playing the Kestrel in the jungle. This is super interesting. And Nissim going, of course, here for the other Rona, not going for that Finn, but for the Catherine. And we do see here the goal difference. It was roughly 4K, a little bit more than that in the end for Mediapixel Team 1.
Yeah, and something very interesting what actually got mentioned by Exceptions, who was watching and recording this matchup. So don't worry, you will be able to watch this on YouTube in the next couple of days on our YouTube channel, since we are recording from here on all matches which are getting played parallel to the streamed matches. And he pointed out that they actually gave Rebel Lion Kestrel, and it did not really help a lot because Palmatoro was just playing it way better in jungle together with Mowgli, and yeah, dominated the early game.
Yeah, so let's scroll down a little bit here and let's see what is actually happening in the rest of that matchup, or what did happen in match number 2. Let's see what did change. Still cool, still an Arden and Scarf. So very interesting that Palmatoro, you know, going for that cool once again can pick that, and Mowgli, he's going to pick that Arden. Looks pretty similar to match number 1, and Catherine, Blackfeather and Adagio. Adagio, he switched the sides, but now look at the gold. So that second match, Mediapixel showed that they are, and why they are the European champions at the moment. Of course, we're going for the live championships in March, and of course we have some news to share, not today, but they will be published very soon about where it's going to happen and when. So very excited to see all of you guys there. Hopefully a lot will come, and let's look at that gold. You double the gold, and that is ridiculous. I mean, we are in the round of 16. Tomorrow is quarterfinals day, and Mediapixel, they were just running over Rebel Lion, and we know that Rebel Lion, they are not that bad. I mean, in round 16, of course, no one is bad, but we have seen quality matches in round of 64 and 32 as well. So pretty nice here, the graphics from Fame Glory. If you would like to check them out, as said, visit fameglory.app.com or check out the App Store or Google Store. And here again, we have the screenshots. Palmatoro just carrying here that first match, and Qualifier 4-3-8. Mowgli 2-2-9. So even though he was just just a roamer, I mean, he's just a pretty bad guy if he gets used to Finn. I mean, we have seen the great hooks, and on the other hand side, Nissim, Rebel Bucky, and Troy. Rome, what do you think about the second match? If we scroll down a little bit further here, that was pretty one-sided. Why is that?
With going 16-0, And especially when you have such a passive comp coming out of Media Pixel, they played this obviously very well on their end, where they didn't give the other team a chance to invade in that jungle. Instead, they were making clean rotations to the back and repositioning themselves where they can help out their laner just to be able to get through that early 7-minute game transition where obviously they clean it out within the 13-minute mark. And this comes with great coordination coming out of them. And it just comes to show that these guys are able to play any hero and be able to find the strengths within that composition and just make it work out more efficiently.
Alright, so that being said, congratulations here. Mediapixel versus SK. It is the match of tomorrow. Super excited to see that one. If you would like to join us tomorrow, of course, same time we're going to start. And while we do so, let's actually change the scene and look at our next matchup. It is Rebirth of Empire versus Rebirth
Sam
of
and Ken
Kingdom.
are on separate.
So there we go. Seed number 4 versus seed number 1. That is pretty close. The story behind the names, it's a little longer. Once upon a time, there was a team called Kings and Queens. Then they merged to Rebirth of Kingdom, and then there was some kind of stuff going on. So there was a split up, and now we have Rebirth of Empire and Kingdom. So that's a pretty interesting story for a Vainglory team, how they actually develop and rise and shine, hopefully. But looking at the matchup, Rome, Rebirth of Kingdom, Rebirth of Empire, who do we have to watch out for here?
So yeah, coming into this, we have Rebirth of Empire, seed number 1, against their arch enemies in Rebirth of Kingdom as seed number 4. And we've seen a lot of play coming out of Rebirth of Empire, especially during the Europe Live Championships in Poland, with very familiar names like Net Toilette, Great Khali, Irons, and Upfire. So coming out of this team and what we have from seeing them in the past, these guys are a team that's pretty much coordinated around good synergy, and especially their shot calling makes that big difference in terms of skill gaps and how they come to accomplish their games. But with the other teammates, they've done so well in previous qualifiers. And of course, they're a team that's coming to this and they're going to be like, we want to be able to get to the next round. We want to step up our name. But we have to think this into consideration because there's a big feud between these guys. So they're going to these games with a lot more passion compared to other opponents. So we can expect mental-wise that there's obviously a lot going on. So whichever team is able to make the smarter choices, the smarter plays, they'll probably come out the victors.
Talking about the smarter choices and the smarter plays, let's start with the bans and the draft. And Rome, what do you think about Rebirth of Kingdom here, banning Koshka, and Rebirth of Empire going for the Vox ban?
With this pick, it's like I said earlier, having Koshka being banned opens up so much more opportunities, especially for heroes like Sky. And with mages coming into play, her lockdown is really pretty much crucial. Because she's able to have that deep gap closer, she's able to put out so much pressure in the early game. It's obviously in good scenarios when you're building a team composition that you do ban the Koshka first. And with the Vox ban, of course, it's you know how well Vox plays into the late game. And this is more of a priority ban where you're focusing on one player on the other team. So coming out of a Vox ban from them, it's something expected, especially given like how much time they had to study their opponents.
All right, let's continue with the draft here. Rebirth of Kingdom can pick their first choice. And who will that be? It is no one else than Kestrel. Rome.
So we've seen a lot of Kestrel play today, and although Kestrel hasn't made that big of a difference, the comps that were built around with Kestrel, it gave the other carry like a good space to move in the early game. With Kestrel being such a dominant pressure in the early levels, the other carry was able to free roam, freely just range around the map, steal as much CS as possible. And we saw that in the last game with SK Prometheus, where their Kestrel just sat in the lane while Leon just went and just invaded the enemy jungle over and over again until he had 3 times more CS than Bayou, who was in the other jungle.
Rebirth of Empire now picking 2 heroes. Let's have a look at what they are going to pick. I'm very excited. Arden and Sky. Does that answer Kestrel here?
Yes, it does, in fact. Sky, with being able to quickly use her Series Strike to gap close right in front of Kestrel's face, especially during her reload time, is probably the most ideal positioning that you would want to get into. And with having Arden there as backup and using that Vanguard just in case she does start using those glimmer shots to poke, it gives you like a certain amount of barrier in terms of health-wise, where you're able to just keep going on as this guy, keep digging deeper. First thing at Kestrel, you want to be very aggressive at the right time. You can't play too passive because she pretty much outranges and outpokes everybody else.
So Rebirth of Kingdom can now finally make their 2 choices as well. And it will be a Celeste. And who else is it? Catherine. Is that a counter answer to Sky and Arden here?
I find that I do think that they're going to have quite a bit of trouble running, especially into an Arden Sky composition, because you have two main carries that are very based on landing their skill shots. And looking at Sky and how able she is to, like mobility wise, just as long as she target locks on somebody, she has that movement speed to jump around and reposition herself. That's without using Series Strike. Added onto the Series Strike, it's just so much harder to do so. And because of this, we're going to be dependent on the Catherine. If this Catherine is able to grab a lot of movement speed, a Warhorn and Shiver Steel, landing those stuns all the time is going to be really beneficial for her team. So this composition is going to be based around how Catherine is able to initiate fights for them. Otherwise, I have a feeling that this guy is just going to be dancing around all of Kingdom's comps.
And the round of 16 seems to be the rise and shine of Jewel coming back in. Oh, it is a Krul! So Jewel almost, just kidding here, Krul. It's the first time we're going to see Krul in the round of 16 today in this second matchup. How does Krul actually answer, Kestrel, Celeste? I mean, he has to be the guy who sticks to them and pretty much trying to delete them. How can Rebirth of Kingdom actually avoid Krul? And what do you think as a last word here, looking at this matchup for the next round?
With Rebirth of Kingdom is because they're running Kestrel, Celeste, and Catherine. I'm pretty sure that Celeste is going to be in the lane with Kestrel in the jungle. Thinking about this is, especially on Rebirth of Empire's side, is I would prefer to put my Sky and Arden in the jungle to combat against the Kestrel. And running a lane Krul, that actually works out really well too, just as long as he's able to play very passively in the first few levels to a point where he has enough into his Dead Man's Rush that he could harass the Celeste. Itemizing, especially around reflex blocks in the early game, is going to help out Rebirth of Empire a lot.
Alright, thanks a lot for the insight, Rome, and we are going to jump on a quick trailer and then Thaddeus and Action Jackson will take it away with this next matchup.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the Vainglory qualifiers. It does appear that my co-caster Action Jackson does appear to be having a few technical issues, so hopefully...
I'm good.
We can
I'm good.
get a
Sort of.
few. There we go. We've got that resolved. So take it away with the intro, my friend.
Oh, you were doing a fine job. Anyway, no, my name's Action Jackson. Joining me is Vedius, who you just heard earlier than normally you would. And we are going to be going into this Rebirth of Kingdom, Rebirth of Empire game. Very excited to see how this one pans out. Obviously, a lot of history between these two teams. Talking about, I mentioned the schism earlier in SK. This is actually a schism, for those of you who knows what that word means. But in any case, not too much going on in the early game. Lots of pressure on this lane. Seeing all three members up here for both teams at 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, and I don't know if they realize what's going on.
Oh, Chimera immediately going to go down. And look at the positioning of, for example, Wicked Jr. here as well. He is miles away from where he needs to be. He might be able to get some good damage down with Glimmer shots, but he's just going to use that active camo to back on out of there. First blood going the way of the red team.
This isn't that surprising. It's once again early game Sky doing what early game Sky does, looking for those aggressive plays and using that A ability from Great Kali to set that one up was a very nice first blood. So early advantages gained for the side of Rebirth of Empire, and it is going to be a little bit difficult identifying, but yeah, just to make people aware, these guys are not actually sister teams. They're two separate organizations, two separate teams that actually have a bit of a grudge between each other. Their whole goal is to try and knock the other team out of the competition. So for both these teams, there is quite a lot on the line. Both these teams definitely want to be taking this win and move on to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean, you can think about the later games and the later stages of the tournament as kind of a separate tournament for these guys. This is what it's all been about. Thankfully for them, they were both put in the same bracket so they can knock each other out earlier. Hopefully have easier competition up till that point. But man, we have seen some crazy games, and I have no doubt that this series is going to be just as crazy. So far, both these teams playing a little bit less aggressively than, for example, the SK sister teams that we saw earlier on.
Yeah, and I think I'm really interested to see how this sort of stun comp is coming out, or how on as Chimera actually takes quite a lot of damage. Yeah, but coming back to this whole stun comp, you can see quite a lot of utility coming out from the Rebirth of Kingdoms composition, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it works out, because we've seen how mobile in our previous games between the two SK teams a Sky can be. And when you have this stun comp, it becomes a lot easier to lock her down if you can actually land the stuns, which when you have a Catherine, you could argue is a lot easier to do. But when you have so much peel in the form of Arden, will they be able to pull it off? And you've also got to take into consideration the Great Kali on this Krull as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing how well they can make it work.
Oh, nice bait in by Chimera. He just sort of sat there, wailing on the Arden, not really doing that much damage, and letting him move forward, thinking he was getting some good harass down. Very nice work out of the side of Rebirth of Kingdom, which is blue team there.
Yeah, Rebirth of Kingdom is the blue team, as does look like Wicked going to be taking a lot of damage.
Forward barrage. Oh, the smite! That's going to be a pickup for the side of Empire now. These teams are both just trading blows right off the outset.
So they didn't really respect the amount of damage the Great Kali could do early on, but I think they will now after losing that initial exchange right there. But Gangturk needs to be very careful, as it does look like Great Kali doing what he can to steal away the enemy camps, and just stealing away these fronts I think is a safe thing to do on that Krull. You don't have that much damage during the early game. Obviously you can trade relatively well thanks to the weakness stacks that you can apply, but he still needs to be very cautious. He was able to catch Wicked out of position right there, but Hownick actually kicking off again.
Yeah, he is taking a ton of damage off those Glimmer shots. Thankfully for him, Celeste was not nearby. If Chimera had roamed down to maybe make sure that that gold mine didn't get taken, I think he would have fallen there. But he is going to be able to get away safely for now. This allows for Kingdom to move up, get a little bit of map pressure and positioning. They're going to start off the gold mine. No one is really reacting to this quickly enough from Empire, so a decent payout collected for the side of Kingdom.
And they're going to gain a lot of vision control off the back of that as well, which is really what you want against the Great Kali as he looks for another engagement.
Yeah, he is going to try and go in here onto Wicked Jr. and Gang Turk, doing a lot of damage. They immediately take down that Kestrel. She's the priority target. Now Kaime Bray tries to roam down, but she's actually going to get engaged upon. Nettet Toilet does have to be a little bit careful. I'm just going to call him Toilet. That name is too much of a tongue
Toilet? You're going to call
for
him
me.
Toilet?
Yeah, you know? Toilets are one of the best inventions that humans ever made. Think of it that way. Here comes Gang Turk, though, immediately going to go down. They do trade that kill for Toilet. You could say he was put in the toilet. But, you know, in any case, that was a relatively good fight for the side of Empire. They are pulling a little bit ahead right now. Not by a tremendous amount, only around 600 gold so far. But still, that is, considering that they have arguably like a later scaling comp with the Kroll, quite a good thing.
Yeah, the thing is, when you're going up against a Kestrel, you have to be very cautious about your positioning, especially when you're going for this weapon power. You have a lot of strength during the early game, but you're not very good against high mobility heroes that can just jump straight on top of you and just pound on your face. And Krull is exactly what he does. So they reacted very well to this Kestrel pick, and you can see how nicely this Krull pick is actually working out for them against the Kestrel. In that little 2 versus 2 exchange that we saw earlier on, it was so easy for Great Kali to just jump on top of the Kestrel. Then with the Vanguard, Nettet Toilet could just follow up nice and easily, and it was a very easy, pickup onto Wicked. So coming into the next few exchanges, they're going to have to rely very heavily on this stun comp to provide them with that positioning advantage that they so heavily rely on to come out ahead in these fights.
You've got that name pronunciation down, Vedius. I can't.
What can
do
I
it.
say? I'm a natural linguist. Being from Wales, I
was going to say, from Wales, you're used to saying place names that are
exactly
incomprehensible
exactly
to anyone else from any other part of the world.
We're
So.
trained from birth how to pronounce the incomprehensible, so it's almost like a life skill, I would argue, is that we do see an exchange kicking off.
Oh man, Kaime Bray, look at that brunt of damage that he takes. Wicked Jr. going to be the next target. Hard to active camo when people are sitting on your face. And it looks like 2 quick kills picked up for the side of Empire. Good spot for them to be in. They can take away this gold mine, which has stacked up a decent chunk. Gang Turk wants to stop this one, though. Going in here, we might see a Lost Boy Toph attempt. Can he do it, though? Gang Turk, oh, there's a one-shot, 1 kill, but it doesn't really do that much damage onto the Great Kali. And now Forward Barrage gonna pick up a kill up Fryer. Very nice work by him. In an extended team fight, all 3 members did go down for Kingdom. And of course, Empire picking up the gold mine as well. Nice work by them.
So the minion candy actually made that gold miner a lot tankier and tougher to kill. So I thought the Empire were going to struggle in that fight, but with the numbers advantage and their positioning, they were able to come out ahead on that one. So very impressive stuff right now, in full control of this game, really making this Kroll pick work for them. Picking up that very early Shiver Steel just makes it so much easier to stick on top of these low mobility heroes that the side of Kingdom are running, and I'm really impressed. You can see why these guys were the Seed 2 in the last European Championship, in the live championships, where they ended up losing out to Rebel Pixel, and you can see really why they're so stacked up on talent, considering how well they're making this Kroll pick work in the early game.
Yeah, they really are, and I'm curious to see where he goes from here with his items, too. Just touching on that again, because we've seen a lot of variation in Kroll builds recently. Right, so it used to just be Breaking Point all the time. Talk a little bit about Kroll, Vedius, because I feel like there's a lot of options. Actually, just give me a second, because we are going to have a fight going off here. The gauntlet gets popped. Look at how tanky the members of Empire are. Junior is going to be doing a decent chunk of damage here, but already Kaime Bray has gone down. Is he going to be able to find that kill? Not looking for the one-shot, 1 kill. He is going to just be chasing slowly through here. Great Kali going for this camp might be bad. Does buy some time for Wicked Jr. to come in here. But the Glimmer shots, none of these skills even close to landing. That was not an ideal fight for the side of Kingdom.
Yeah, Wicked not on point with his Glimmer shots as they go for a re-engage.
That's going to be death from above coming out. Kali is very low. He does fall, but now we've still got Upfire in the fight. He's going to get Forward Barrage onto 2 members, take them down. Kaime Bray in hot pursuit, but he's flanked by Toilet, and he is taking so much damage. 1 more attack would be enough. There it is. Toilet picks it up, and a nice ace coming in for the side of Empire. They are 11-4 right now.
So a very drawn-out fight between the two teams, because that all kicked off with Great Khali actually engaging onto Chimera Bray in the top half of the map, and you saw how strong his ultimate was because he just chunked out the members. They initially trade 1-for-1. Great Khali ends up overstaying just a little bit too long. They tried to go for the re-engagement. Great Khali and Upfire try to go for that re-engagement onto Kingdom, which ends up Great Khali and losing his life, but then you saw how great Sky is at repositioning and getting down this early damage, and there was just absolutely nothing that Chimera Bray could do alongside Wicked Jr. to bring him down. Upfire and this Sky is just doing so much work. It really does surprise me that Sky's getting through so many of these drafts, given how strong the hero is right now.
And especially strong against this comp. You know, you heard Rome talking about how whilst Wicked Jr.'s reloading, Yusuri strike on top of him, and he really doesn't have anything that he can do. To be honest, Celeste, I mean, yes, you can predict it and maybe get a core collapse on the Sky, but similarly, when you can just close the distance and stop the poke and the Frostburn procs from affecting you, you can easily annihilate the backline of Kingdom, and I feel like Kingdom, they really need to utilize the Catherine ultimate to get a good silence down before a fight and then kill someone, or Sky is just going to rip through their backline.
Yeah, it's a tough one to call, really, given how they're trying to make this stun composition work for them. Because if you ignore the Kroll, sorry, if you just flat out ignore the Kroll, then he's just going to sit on your backline and destroy them. So who do you decide to focus in these team fights? Because you can't afford to ignore either one of them. And given how easy it is for their composition to just jump straight onto the backline of Kingdom, then it makes you wonder how they're even going to be able to come out ahead in these fights. But we've said this in the past, and teams find a way. So all they need to do is position themselves properly. Maybe they can use a turret to their advantage, or they just have to play around one of these major objectives. It's perfectly doable. There's no reason why Kingdom just can't find the right fight to bring them back into it. At the moment, I just struggle to see where this right fight is going to come from.
I have to agree with you. I mean, there's the, oh man, attempt at the engagement from Kali. He's still going for it. He is unstoppable right now. And now jumping onto Gang Turk with that gauntlet. He's going to have a hard time getting out of this one before Barrage finds the kill for Upfire. Two members quickly falling for the side of Kingdom. Very nice work by them. Kali jumping on the backline here, actually looking for Wicked Jr. behind turrets. But sensibly, I think, backing out from that one. Without From Hell's Heart, it's hard to get the long-range initiation, and they're just going to be taking this minion mine away. Very big lead accruing for the side of Empire right now.
It certainly is. It's getting harder and harder for Kingdom to actually find a way into these exchanges, and Great Khali being able to find that fight was really great from him. You can see the combination with the Vanguard, sitting in that brush, getting that massive movement speed is such an easy way for them to kick off these fights. And you saw how easy it was for him to sit on top of Chimera Bray there because of this Shiver Steel, because of the insane movement speed that he gets with the combination of Arden that really makes it a strong pick into this composition. And honestly, I just feel like it's going to be a slow bleed out for them right now, and it's a tough one for Kingdom.
I have to agree. I feel like they don't really have a particular power spike approaching still, which is going to, you know...
Well, Celeste is still the late game possibility, but yeah.
It's a ways off, whereas, you know, pretty much as soon as Kali, in fact, he literally just picked up the breaking point. So he has just hit a big power spike. Next fight, he's going to be ramping up during the fight and doing a lot more damage. Whereas on the flip side, Chimera Bray, he's sitting so far just on this Frostburn. He's trying to get a little bit more than that. Actually, he has a Broken Myth too, I believe. But here comes the engagement. Kali jumping right onto Chimera Bray. They know that's the target they need to be focusing on, and they do pick it up. Now, Wicked Jr. is doing some good damage onto Toilette, but he's the only one that he's able to put the damage onto, and he's not the one he needs to. Toilette actually getting away there with the Vanguard at the last second. This turret is not long for this world.
Empire just playing these fights exactly the way that they're supposed to be. You just jump onto Chimera Bray. You know that as the game progresses, it's going to be hard.
Wow. Melted by Upfire. This is the Sky that we know and love.
Yeah, well, I want to give more credit to Great Khali, to be honest. I feel like he's been the biggest facilitator in these engagements because it's always just him running straight at Kingdom's lineup, and he does not care. He knows that he's going to have the follow-up from Netta Toilette. He knows that there's the Fountain of Renewal along with the Crucible. There's no way that he's going to fall in any sense of the word. So they know that Chimera is pretty much the only way that Kingdom can come back into the game, so they concentrate all their efforts onto shutting him down, and then once he's out of the fight, it's simply a matter of clean up and take the rest of the objectives. They're going to pick up another tower after that, and maybe even look for another fight.
Yeah, Great Khali is running forward here. With that Vanguard, he is sped up quite a decent amount, but he's taking his time. He's looking for that perfect initiation, the one which is really going to secure his team a big lead here. Toilette doing a little bit of baiting right now, I think, for Upfire, who's on the side. You can see it's very tense right now. Kali is going to be jumping forward, gets onto Gangturk, pops that Shiver Steel, looking for the slow. Lots of damage coming out, but it's all onto Catherine so far. He does go down, and Junior has no energy. Now Kaime Bray hit by from Hell's Heart, stunned up, and more slows going down onto him. He gets off the ultimate, but it's not going to be enough. Ace comes through for Empire. That was a very slow, measured fight where pretty much they just didn't encounter resistance from Kingdom.
Well, there's nothing they can do right now. The item differential is too big. The level differential is too big. There's just no way for them to come out ahead in these fights. I just feel as though in this instance, Kingdom have just straight up been outcomped, and the way the Empire have played this has been perfect. That you can't fault them. They've executed this composition perfectly, and they're going to easily take away this first game.
Well, very well played by them, but it is a best of 3. There is more yet to come. The Vein Crystal is going to be going down in the background here as Upfire takes that one away. And obviously, we've said it before, this is a big grudge match. Kingdom are really going to be looking to come back into it. Empire, they would love nothing more to crush their opponents in a 2-0 victory. Rome, break down that game a little bit more for us and talk about what we should expect coming into Game 2.
Yeah, so like we spoke about before the match actually started, Rebirth of Empire came into this with a composition that very much so countered the other team, Celeste and Kestrel. You had Cruel, who was always in the front line, using that Dead Man's Rush for his barrier, taking up Kestrel's hits. Well, Sky was pretty much untouchable this game. Upfire did such a good job using that Series Strike, using the positioning just to get digging deep into that back line, jump on the Celeste, and just delete her out of the picture. You had a team that was all focused on landing skill shots against a team that was able to dodge every single skill shot. And this was like the biggest difference that was made throughout the game. From start to finish, they executed very well in the jungle, with Cruel playing a little bit smarter, not focusing on engaging too much in the early levels while he was building up that defense. And in the end, they executed it really well. With this second game coming up, what can we expect from them? What can Rebirth of Kingdom do? It obviously starts with how they use their compositions, how they pick out their team comps. They have to come into this playing with, okay, we're not going to pick the strongest, or we're not going to be picking just straight meta comps or comfort picks anymore. We have to open up, and we have to be able to think strategically in terms of the draft phase and how can we counter them. But yeah, with just a quick highlight, during this match, Rebel Tiger played against Divided Impera, and let's send it back to the guys to talk a bit about this.
Alright, thank you very much for the insight. We will actually talk about this matchup a little later and go into an in-depth analysis on what happened there. So back to us, to the studio live from Düsseldorf, and yeah. What kind of news do we have? What is going on? We have, of course, from the Catherine bracket, we know who is going to face each other tomorrow. That is Mediapixel, the esports. Team 1 versus SK Prometheus. We have just seen this epic matchup here, so that was pretty nice. If we go on to the Adagio bracket, we do see here the matchup, what we are looking at right now, and that is Rebirth of Empire versus Rebirth of Kingdom. And I just have to repeat here, those guys, I met them in person. Netta Toilette, Great Khali, Upfire, super young players. They had a rough start in the European Live Championships, the autumn finals it was, and it was just amazing to saw those guys actually rise as a team and saw them improving from match to match. And now they're back here. They are here to take it on in this first qualifier. And if we click here and open this, we see them here once again. Great Kali, the captain, and they are facing Rebirth of Kingdom. So if you just tuned in and you're like, Rebirth of Empire, Rebirth of Kingdom, SK versus SK, no, they have nothing to do with each other, as I have said before. There was a pretty interesting development of this teams, was 2 teams, and then they merged, and then there was a little bit of a split up and all that kind of stuff. And interesting story, worth at least a long article, so maybe we get this done. And yeah, I'm looking forward to see them maybe again, depending on how far they can go. They are seeded as number 1 here in the Adagio bracket, facing seed number 4 from that bracket. We are doing actually right now here the bans and the drafts, and as soon as we have the first information, of course, Rome will go over this. And while we do so, let's actually go back here. And Rome, I would actually like to talk about quickly the Rhyme bracket. So the Rhyme bracket, we do see here the outcome from that match, and who can then be their possible opponent. G2 Kinguin is facing SK Chimera. So the third SK team here with MYQ as a captain. We do see a lot of familiar names. Rocco as Medic, Ilohak or Donut, whatever you would like to call him, and Red Wolf. They are facing G2, Tesfaye, Quinn, Redix, of course. Everything cycles around Redix. And then we have a new player who joined G2 Donjon, who is Majestic.
Yeah, I actually can give a bit of insight on this because I had a pleasure of playing with him. He is apparently the first VG bronze in Europe for the winter season.
Oh,
he
alright.
is a former League of Legends Challenger ladder player, so he played up there with names like Froggen, who are still competing in the LCS.
Yeah, the easy Challenger times back then.
And he is, I would say, very smart at rotations. It's interesting because he's only playing very active in the last month. So he recently started playing very, very actively Vainglory, and especially in the winter season, together with Pips, who's also on the roster. So those two both are playing a lot of duo queue together. And yeah, I'm very interested, especially because it's the first time we are going to see Majestic, probably together with Pips and Tessiafe, or very likely also that Tessiafe is changing with Redix and that Redix is going to join them, versus SK Chimera, because that is a strong roster on the enemy side. Maybe Rome can give us some details on the SK versus G2 Kinguin.
Yeah, so like you just mentioned their entire roster out, we do have to take notice that with SK Chimera is they do have a lot of teams that they can practice and scrim in-house with. Well, I do have to favor a little bit more on the G2 Kinguin side is because I've seen how they play mechanically and individually, and it's all very top-notch. And if you're getting a pro team like this together, you're going to obviously work on scheduling, practice, some tactics, and just build all-around synergy. And I think the potential for this team to come out of it is so vast that they probably could be one of the top teams coming out of this tournament.
Very
Yeah, but in terms of laner versus laner, we have hero. You have people like either Redix or Majestic switching up back and forth. But on the other team, you do have Red Wolf, who's so experienced, and he's been playing for such a long time that he has the knowledge of the game wrapped around his fingers. So in terms of like matchups, I do give the matchups, especially given like how you would run your compositions out of the jungle and in the lane, and how much you're often able to switch it up. G2 Quingen would probably be my favorite coming out of this.
Yeah, very interesting, and I'm looking forward later on to see how it turns out. We are starting the draft for the second match of Rebirth of Kingdom versus Rebirth of Empire, so let's just go and jump into that one. So the first ban came out of Empire, and it is going to be in Adagio ban.
With the Adagio ban, we've seen it a lot earlier again today, especially when you're allowed to play Adagio as a flex pick, and this is where it comes in, knowing how the other team plays and how much background you have on them. What do we have for the next ban?
The next ban is Sky.
And obviously, throughout the games, all the games we played today, and I mentioned earlier about this, how big of a threat has Sky been for their opponents? Using that mobility, especially when we're reaching a stage in a tournament where all the teams are top-notch quality, so we can expect high mechanics coming out of every single person that does play the Sky. And Sky rewards people that know how to master her mechanics really well, and it's been shown all day today that she is the one to beat.
So we do see the Kestrel first pick. This happens a lot after Kestrel is not getting banned from either team, that the team who is sitting on spot A is locking down Kestrel quickly as a first pick.
Like the more and more I'm starting to see the Kestrel runs running up, and I obviously, of course, at the beginning I was like, she's very strong, she has so much potential, but seeing how people are using their first pick to try and secure her, I'm actually kind of more opposed to that right now, because you're able to secure so much more better heroes, and Kestrel is actually a very easy hero to counter. So if you're able to sneak out and hide her until the last pick, you actually gain more of an advantage in the late game.
And we do see an assassin coming in for Rebirth of Kingdom. It's a Koshka together with Arden.
So another great composition that is built around countering Kestrel, with Koshka being able to use that gap closer, jumping in, and followed up by Arden's Vanguard. She deals so much damage towards Kestrel, who's, if she's already trying to reload from Glimmer Shot, if she's able to try to reposition herself, she actually gets caught out. And on top of that, you have Koshka usually building more offensive crystal items and just trying to unleash that ultimate from far ranges.
So waiting on the next picks, we don't have any yet. The teams are still thinking, probably because Empire acknowledged the fact that they kind of got countered here and are thinking of something they can pick to keep that Kestrel a bit more safe so that she can hit as a truck on that weapon power that she's getting played on lately quite a lot. Trying to figure out what would that be? What do you think could jump on the board here?
I would obviously try and pick up a Vox here. Knowing how Kestrel is pretty strong in the early game, if she plays it right and uses positioning properly, Koshka won't be that much of a threat early game until she hits around her level 6. So with that in mind, my Vox would be able to free farm in the lane for quite a large amount of time, forcing the other team, if they had to pick a counter, they would have to pick somebody like Ringo.
And that's what they did. They picked a Ringo and Kath. So no Vox, but a Ringo and Kath. So, I mean, the Catherine was kind of obviously. I couldn't really see them using the Finn. They tried that once, I believe, against Media Pixel in the live championships in Katowice. That didn't work out too well for them, so they went for the Ringo and Catherine. And
So, yeah.
sorry, just to sum it up, we do have a Black Feather pick on the side of Rebirth of Kingdom. Also a great counter, at least that's out of my perspective, against the Kestrel.
So we have one team that is going triple melee against a team that is very dominant in the early game, with Ringo running out of the lane, and then you have Kestrel pushing out this jungle. What's going to happen is, if Rebirth of Kingdom is able to easily transition themselves towards the late game, if Koshka has that early game momentum where she invades at level 1 and just outplays this Kestrel, I think it helps out their team so much more. So in the late game, it'll be pretty much this Black Feather just ramping up, gaining up a lot of CS, getting up as much items as he can, and he could probably delete the entire other team because they are so squishy.
Okay, one more question. Meanwhile, we're kicking off the match. Do you think it's a Crystal Ringo, or will he still play that Weapon Ringo? So are we going to see a double weapon comp or maybe a crystal power Kestrel?
In this composition, especially playing against 3 melee, building this Kestrel as Crystal would actually be the most wisest decision you can do. You just by building her Crystal, you're able to use her splash damage in her Glimmer Shot and that massive amount of Crystal ratios in her ultimate, where you're transitioning in the early game is pretty easy, but the longer the game goes on and the more items you do have, you're able to delete out a 3 melee composition. And this is ideal for them because with Ringo, he's really strong in the early game, but he does tend to fall off depending on how well your team does. But having this Kestrel building as crystal power, you gain so much more of an advantage later on.
So let's see how it works out. Thank you for the inside, Rome, and let's throw it over to our Cassis, Action Jackson, and Thaddeus.
Thank you very much, guys. We are headed back onto the fold for some more Vainglory action. And right off the bat, something worth noting here, Great Kali has picked up a crystal bit. So looks like it might be this crystal power Ringo that we heard them mentioning earlier on. Vedius, how are you feeling about this match?
Well, I'm a little bit concerned for the side of Kingdom because we did talk about how this was quite a grudge match between the two teams and both of them looking to knock the other one out of the tournament. So we saw a bit of what I would like to call banter in the pre-game chat between the two teams, and you can feel that there's quite a lot of tension. So given that the game is currently 1-0 in the favor of Empire, can Kingdom keep their cool coming into this second game?
That is a big question. It's one of those things which, you know, a lot of players, maybe you're just playing on ladder, you're playing ranked, and you never really feel the level of tension that a team in a position like this does. Because Kingdom, they're one game from being out against their sort of nemesis. Whoa! Yeah, and they're going to be feeling a lot worse after that one. That has got to sting. Glimmer Shot picking up the kill for Upfire only 2 minutes into the game.
So this is an early game Kestrel. We've talked a lot about early game Sky, and you're about to see a lot more of it.
Oh man, Nettet Toilette face checking there. Upfire being initiated on right off the bat. Does get 2 Glimmer Shots off though. Great Kali can't rotate in time to reinitiate the fight though. Very nice pickup for Kingdom. They've evened up the kills.
They certainly have, and this is also an early game Koshka. There are quite a lot of early game heroes, but this is something that Rome was talking to, and something that we actually saw in game 1 of this series, where you had the Kroll constantly jumping on top of the Kestrel, and the Koshka is going to be doing exactly the same thing. If you don't position properly, and you don't have a way to be able to kite around the Koshka, then she's just going to jump on your face, and she's going to shred through your small amount of HP, which is exactly what you saw right there. Upfire was just a little bit too aggressive, shouldn't have tried to go for that very early exchange against Gangster.
Kai My Bray does get stunned up yet again, but this time his positioning in lane is a little bit safer, a little bit further back. He's going to be all right. Off the back of that early death, I'm sure he's realized he needs to check himself a little bit before he wrecks himself and play a little bit more cautiously. You can see as well Wicked Jr. coming up here on the Arden just to give him a bit of cover, make sure that he is all right. Obviously, Black Feather, a key component in the composition of Rebirth of Kingdom. It's very important that he doesn't fall too far behind.
What I like is something that Rome was mentioning earlier, how, again, you're seeing this Vanguard Arden jump straight on top of the Kestrel, and that is what I expect to be happening quite a lot in this game. But while you have a very early game Koshka, you also have the late game Black Feather. So the idea is you use Koshka to facilitate your early game, and then due to your lack of wave clear and due to your somewhat lack of siege, you can stall the game out and get Black Feather to a point where he then scales incredibly well and then can run away with the game. So you're putting quite a lot of pressure on Kai Mei Bray to be that Black Feather carry, very similar to what we saw earlier in the day in the SK games, and unfortunately, one big misplay from that Black Feather earlier did cost them the game, but have a look at Wicked right now, looking for a play.
Great Kali actually trying to reinforce Upfire, has put himself in a bit of a tough spot. Gonna have to use his boots, try and get away, but look at this, Gang Turk jumps right on top of him. Upfire, he's so weak right now, is able to pick up that minion mine. They're just trying to get any kind of consolation prize that they can. Gold Miner, though, goes the way of Kingdom.
You have to be careful playing this early game against the Koshka. We were literally just talking about it. It's almost like they weren't paying attention to what we were saying, because the early game of this Koshka is very, very strong, and you have to respect it. Being that aggressive, pushing that far up is going to punish you, and you are going to fall behind off the back of that. Right now, you can see Rebirth of Kingdom trying to do some steal, but they want to get the re-engage.
Glimmershot did do a pretty significant chunk of Wicked Jr.'s health there, but fairly soon he is going to have Vanguard available yet again. Gangturk boldly trying to take away those fronts, does get them, but is going to get stunned up. Can Upfire get in position to land these important A abilities? So far, doesn't seem like it. He's just landing the poke, but not getting any kills off the back of them.
No, he certainly is not, and Upfire not having the best accuracy so far with those Glimmer shots, but maybe they're just a little bit of nerves. I imagine that things will be getting better as the game progresses, but I want to have a slightly closer look at this Great Kali, because Crystal Power Ringo is not actually something that I've had a long look at. And he is actually maxing his A and B abilities side by side. So I'm curious as to what he actually decides to prioritize into, but I do imagine he's going to put quite a lot of points. He's going to overdrive that ultimate ability, because that does scale quite well with Crystal Power, and it can do a huge chunk of damage once he really gets some major items completed.
It's always so satisfying when the enemies are all grouped up and it splashes a little bit too, but you know, it's difficult to make that one happen with comps and heroes as they are in Vainglory right now.
You say that, but they are running a triple Medicomp, and they are going to be grouping up to jump on top of that Kestrel. So maybe that's what he's hoping for. He's relying on the fact that they will pile up, they will all be jumping on top of that Kestrel. Then you get the big silence coming out from Catherine, followed by the Hellfire Brew. Could be the turnaround, but they're going for the fight.
Yeah, Gangturk perfectly staggering that initiation, jumps right onto Upfire, and immediately you can see Empire deciding they need to try and retreat. Netet Toilette does go down. That is one kill picked up by the Great Kali. He actually might be able to kite back here. He's got a reflex block too. The turret's doing good damage, but only, oh man, one more attack would have had the pickup. Didn't quite find it. One shot, one kill. It did land, just didn't do quite enough damage. Wicked Jr. just able to get out of there. Very tense fight between these two teams.
Well, that was a massive overextension from Kingdom, right there, where they tried to go for the dive, thinking that they were far enough ahead and had an early game advantage big enough to just run away and steamroll through Empire. But I think they quickly realized that they did not have the damage, and thanks to some fantastic kiting from Great Kali, he was able to pick himself up a double kill. So 2 for 3, not that bad, because they were still able to get a couple shutdowns, and they were able to pick themselves up a nice chunk of gold. If you just look at the gold gap, it's not actually that big between the two teams.
I have to agree with you, and I actually think a small mechanical change there, if Kali had run above his tower rather than below it, Wicked Jr. would have had to leave without getting the kill, or he would have got it. So there was a lot of potential there, and there's a lot of potential moving forward for the side of Empire to win these fights. They've just got to be really careful about these engagements, make sure that Gangturk doesn't get a kill right at the beginning for nothing, right? Like Gangturk had no real retaliation until after that kill had gone down, whereas if better vision had been controlled maybe by Empire, they could have initiated onto Gangturk.
Exactly that. They have to play around these objectives, really. Sorry, the Empire have to be the ones to play around these objectives, because if you're just going for that 3 versus 3 in the lane, if you're going for the 3 versus 3 in the jungle, you are just flat out going to lose. You can already see a broken myth being picked up for Gangturk as his first item. That is massive. He is going to be so heavy on the damage. He just wants to be shredding through the very small amount of shield that Empire are running, and Empire could be in trouble.
Look at the damage onto Great Kali right off the bat. He's going to be stunned up by the gauntlet, has to pop that reflex block just for the shield, but on the back line, his teammate falls. He eventually goes down. Upfire, the lone member standing for the side of Kingdom. He's not in a great position at the moment.
This is all I was talking about, though. You can't afford to be fighting in the jungle. You just don't have the damage. You don't have the utility to be able to kite around this composition just yet.
Oh, man.
Yummy Catnip Frenzy.
Yeah, that is a great initiation. I was about to point out the fact that that ability hadn't even been used in the fight, so he was easily able to set up the dive. First turret of the game going down to Empire. They're in a great spot at the moment.
Yeah, he did get the reflex block down, but it was just a little bit too late. He wasn't able to mitigate the stun, and while he could reduce some of the damage coming out from the rest of Kingdom, it wasn't quite enough to keep himself alive. So they were able to pick themselves up another kill, as well as another turret. Oh, sorry, the first turret of the game, and that is going to be right now Rebirth of Kingdom having a fantastic performance in Game 2.
They absolutely are, and they're definitely looking to come back into this series and take down Empire, who did win the first game. It is very important for both of these teams, given the history between them, that they are able to make a statement in this series. So we'll have to see if Kingdom can continue this snowball. They are about 2.6k in the lead at the moment, which is not insignificant.
So notice now the shopping from Empire means that the vision from Kingdom has spotted them out. They're going for the fight.
Yeah, Netet Toilette, though, is on the front line, and look at the tournament. Oh, that's the splash I was talking about! Boom! Headshot. Whole body shot explosion, more like, coming out of Kali, finding
struggling
some
for words there,
damage.
are you, Action Jackson?
No, I'm just trying to find the best one for it, because it was just incredible damage. You can't group up, apparently.
We talked about how being a triple melee comp, you will group up, trying to dive onto the backline. If you do that, then you set up perfectly for the multi-man Hellfire Brew, and apparently that's what happens when you go Crystal Power on a Ringo. So, super impressive stuff. That is super cool to watch.
They got a decent payout off the back of that one as well, but here comes potentially another fight. You can see Kingdom moving up. This time there is no Hellfire Brew. This time Upfire is miles away, so they are going to have to disengage on the side of Empire. Oh, they're turning it around, actually, because they know that two members are on the gold mine. They put some harass down onto Chimera, but now the gauntlet comes out. That reflex block was way too late. It was directly in between the two crowd control abilities that locked him down and secured the kill for Kingdom. Very nice play out of Kingdom, but a big misplay out of Kali. And that's one of the issues with being so reliant on the Hellfire Brood. The cooldown is massive.
You can't afford to be that aggressive right there. I don't understand why they felt the need to try and look for a fight. It was just Netet Toilette and Great Kali just pushing themselves up too far in the lane. There was no need for them to be there. You could just see Upfire going back to base to pick himself up some items. So I don't know why, but as you rightly said, it was a big misplay. Gonna hand over another kill. But the gold is still very, very even. The big problem for Empire right there is that Kingdom were able to pick themselves up the gold mine, regain that vision control, and set up nicely as the Kraken is going to be spawning at the 15-minute marks to get themselves a massive gold payout.
Yeah, it is a great time to be securing it, because basically now is your last chance to pick it up before the Kraken spawns. This is when you need to fight over it. Otherwise, you're just not really going to be getting much gold, and you won't be able to utilize the vision at all, which is a big part of the reason why you want to pick up a gold mine. So at the moment, you can see Netet Toilette leading on the front line. The stun comes out onto Gangturk. Look at the silence. Beautiful out of Toilette. The Hellfire Brew does land, doing a lot of damage. Gangturk is already down. Now Chimera has to retreat. One shot, one kill onto Wicked Jr. This fight is definitely going the way of Empire. Toilette tries to keep it going. Can't find Wicked Jr., but now Chimera, the better target to pick up, is going to go down. Wicked Jr., I don't really know if that trade was worth it. I mean, you gave away an ace just for a kill onto the roamer of Empire. You know, that's a bold trade to make, in my opinion. But in any case, gold mine going to be the target for Empire. They found the fight they needed.
They certainly did. That was really great stuff. And once again, this triple melee comp all grouping up perfectly for the Hellfire Brew. It did so much damage to the main damage dealers. And I don't believe yet you can see Gangturk wasn't even able to get the Yummy Catnip Frenzy off. So if they're not shutting down that Kestrel right off the get-go, then it perfectly sets up for Empire to come out ahead in these engagements. And you have to give massive props to Netet Toilette right there as well for using that silence just as Great Kali was channeling the ultimate. So that means that he had so much time where he was just stood there, and typically that's an awful time for you to be looking for a fight, but because of the silence, because there was no way for them to use any of their abilities, he was able to just freely channel that ultimate, get it off onto multiple members, and they were able to come out ahead and pick themselves up the gold miner, which they are now going to lose once again.
Man, I cannot even imagine the stress on Kingdom's shoulders right now. They had such a great early game, and it's kind of all falling apart. And this is a big issue when you're one game down in a series that matters so much to you on a personal level, as well as sort of on a competitive one. This is a team that there's a history with. They really want to beat them. You can see they're just brawling in the lane right now, whilst Kraken is about to spawn in the next 30 seconds. Can Empire find another fight like the last one? If they do, I think things are going to start snowballing in their favor.
Well, the thing is, you're now getting to a point where the Koshka is being outscaled, but the Black Feather is ramping up. You can see the Serpent's Mask on the breaking point means if Black Feather can just get onto the backline, he has the ability to shred. He can do so much damage with those items completed, but the big question is, who's going to be able to get the damage off more, the Great Kali or Chimera Bray? Because even though Upfire, yeah, okay, he's starting to fall off himself alongside the Koshka, but he'll still be able to a lot of down range, and he still has the ability to get that poke down. So it's going to be very reliant on Great Kali's positioning and how well Chimera Bray can get onto the backline, because these two individuals are really going to be the deciding factor in these next few fights.
Yeah, that is a very good point. I mean, I think one of the saving graces here for Empire is the fact that Upfire actually did end up going that weapon power build, because especially with the Crystal Ringo, had he gone Crystal Power, they would have had no like strong carry in the later stages of the game. So I do think at least now the auto attacks are going to be doing something for Upfire. But here we go. We've got Net Toilette hovering around looking for that engagement with the flares. Can't find it though.
No, he certainly can't. And I'm just having a quick look through the items. Have a look at that Fountain of Renewal and Crucible picked up for Wicked Jr. Those are going to be massive in these next two engagements. Transfusions are picked up. Infusion, sorry.
Oh, there's the Hellfire Brew, but it gets mostly blocked by Gang Turk, but the damage over time component is just redonkulous. Wicked Jr. stuck in the middle of the enemies, cannot go anywhere, and that's 2 quick kills for the side of Empire. They're going to be getting themselves the Kraken off the back of that Kingdom. It is down to the wire for them right now.
You could see their Kingdom tried to get onto Great Kali, but it was Gang Turk by himself, and this is what I was talking about when I say Koshka gets outscaled. The Hellfire Brew went onto him alone, combined with the one-shot one kill from Upfire, instantly deleted. They know that with the numbers advantage, it's a very easy way for them to come out ahead. They get their kills, they get their Krakens, and now they're going to be looking to set up the siege and try and crack the base that is Rebirth of Kingdom.
Yeah, right now the Empire are looking to get some new territory. Hopefully for them, they can pick it up. What is that damage coming out of Kali? Even the auto attacks there doing a decent chunk. That's 1 kill, that's 2. Oh man, Kingdom are falling apart right now. They have been dethroned as Empire push into the base. They got an ace, they got the Kraken. They might be taking this best of 3 series.
Broken Myth on top of Great Kali really shows you how much damage this Crystal Power Ringo can do. Just look at them shred through these turrets. They don't even need the Kraken, and this grudge match is going to go in the favor of Empire.
Very well played by them, Kingdom. I imagine they're really struggling mentally after that loss, because there were moments where it looked like they could take it, but they kind of just got out-comped again. I mean, to a lesser extent than before. We need Rome to break this one down for us a little bit more, I think, because I was not expecting the Crystal Power Ringo to work that well. I wasn't expecting the Kestrel to do that well necessarily. Rome, talk us through that game.
Just about like 10 seconds into the match, when I did see Rebirth of Empire and how Great Kali opted out for a Crystal Ringo and on a weapon-powered Kestrel. So I was actually giving the favor over to Rebirth of Kingdom. But the thing I have to disagree about here is how they chose to build their itemization. Your 3 melee composition, where if you were to build against the other team and go triple fountain across the board, you would have so much more potential. And this is something that they never really looked at. There was only 1 fountain on their side, and instead of opting out for a more sustained fight against 2 very squishy heroes, they decided that they wanted to opt out for more damage, which was actually a worse idea considering the other team has so much burst. They have crazy amount of damage coming out of Ringo's ult, where because they decided instead that, okay, we're going to grab reflex blocks for a team with only 1 stun, and in the end it just turned out to be like their failing factor. Like, this was something that they do have to take into consideration moving into future tournaments, that their itemization has to always be optimal. If they were to have built 3 fountains across the board, they would have so much defensive stats to be able to engage in, fight, and use that sustain to like deal that pretty much even their base amount of damage is really, really good against that other team composition.
Alright, thank you very much, Rome, for the insight of this match, and yeah, congratulations, of course, here to Nat Toletta, Upfire, Great Kali. A lot of talent here from Wicked Jr., Gang Turk, and Kai Mai Bray. A little bit unlucky in a couple of situations, but nonetheless, great performance, almost forcing here the Empire into a third match of a best of 3. So we have actually a couple of other matches going on, and we are aiming to stream another match in Europe before we go over to North America, and we have some updates actually on the bracket, Don John.
Yay, we did see, actually we did not see Snow Tsunami versus Angry Pandas Black. This match was scheduled to be streamed, but Angry Pandas Black had no time to wait, which is totally fine since we have it recorded, so you will see the second one and a potential third one now with us. And if you wish to, you can in the next couple of days watch the first match online on our YouTube. Going to, prepare the party, jumping into that party, starting bans and picks in a second. Meanwhile, we can have Rome, our insight man, our analyst, hopping over the Snow Tsunami roster and the Angry Pandas Black roster, where we do see actually on the Angry Pandas side a couple of new names.
Yeah, so this is probably one of my favorite matches today, and because I'm looking at this where I have so much appreciation for how Snow Tsunami has played in previous qualifiers and how they played in the overall Europe Live Finals. This was the only team to actually beat out Media Pixel, like the winner and champion of that tournament. And what you have to notice from them is they have such an efficient playstyle where they can run aggressive comps, they can run passive comps, and they can run very unorthodox comps using like the perfect countering for a selection of different compositions that the opponent teams tend to build. We've seen them run a lot of pedal, a lot of CP Jewel, and they executed it very well all the time. Let's look at their roster real quick. With on Snow Tsunami, they have Alex Magic, Look at Me, 1LT, Sasiska, who is actually just transferred to the team, and PT Lam, who's also a new member of the roster that wasn't at the Live Championships. And on Angry Pandas Black, we have very familiar faces with Xuan, Tomb Raider, Tony Luo, Legendaries, and Leia.
But
like looking at the
but there is Pew Pew Fox. So Pew Pew Fox, do you know him? Because I personally don't, and seems pretty interesting that he or she's joining Angry Pandas Black. Maybe a joker? I don't know.
There was a couple like Pew 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 players before like all the transitioning and how a lot of them got picked up by pro orgs. G2, I believe, picked up a couple PPP players. And so they've actually been around for a while, but in terms of the tournament seedings, I'm not too sure how they've done in previous qualifiers. I do notice that on the guild of Angry Panda is they do have a couple Pew Pew players, and so we can expect a lot of practicing going on with them, a lot of rank queues coming up with them. But to show up in a tournament today, this is actually the first time that I'll actually be able to spectate something like this.
All right, so that looks good. We are going actually into the bans and draft here, and going over that a little bit quicker. So, Don John, do you have some information for us concerning the bans and draft?
We do. Kestrel is getting some attention here. Snow Tsunami is banning out the Kestrel, answered by a Sky. No, excuse me, answered by a Voxban.
So both teams again. Kestrel has been like a primary ban coming out of a lot of teams today. But when we're looking at bans, especially directed at Vox, they're singly handing out that single ban towards a player, or they're trying to opt out and run a triple melee composition like we've seen before. what Angry Pandas does really well is they pretty much spread their damage throughout the entire team. We do see a lot of scenarios where their roamer is actually picking up items like Aftershock, Breaking Point to deal that extra amount of damage later into the game.
We have a couple of more picks coming up right your way. It is going to be a Sky. No, excuse me, obviously not Sky. Oh, wait. It is Sky. After all, she's getting picked by Snow Tsunami. And followed up by an Arden and Taka, so Arden again, and we do see actually a Taka coming through after seeing her getting banned a couple of times earlier. Now she's the first time for today appearing, or Takaing up, as I was used to say earlier.
Taka is probably one of the best, in my opinion, heroes to counterpick against the Sky due to his ability to gap close using his Kaitan and his box to pretty much invade, get close into the enemy backlines, and deal that quick burst amount of damage. And we do know that on the team of Angry Pandas is they have a lot of Taka players. They have Shun, PT Lam, who's excellent Taka players, and we can expect them to show that today. Although we do have, I believe, a 100% win rate with Skies in all matches played today.
All right. Going to kick off that match in just a second. Snow Tsunami here with the picks. Donjon, who's going to get picked?
We do have the Adagio just filling this up, as mentioned already, that Angry Pandas has quite of a time issue at the moment, which is totally fine since they are delayed a little bit. So we're filling up the rosters here. We do see the last picks of Tsunami, which are Adagio and Cruel completing it, and Sky Adagio and Cruel, and on the other side, besides Arden and Taka, Scarf is appearing again, as we saw him earlier, played by Bayu, I believe, on the SK versus SK matchup. Any last thoughts before we are jumping into the match from your side, Rome? Excuse me.
Yeah, looking at this, it's like we have a Taka that's going to be deep into the enemy, into the opponent's backlines, but we have a Scarf that has to watch his positioning really well. And I do see a lot of trouble coming out from them, especially because the other team has a Cruel and they also have a Sky that's able to use certain gap closers to actually dig deep, and they can do it very fast, like in terms of mobility. So this Scarf has to be able to position himself where he's not too far away from the Taka when Taka decides to dive in. I have seen Look At Me play a lot of Cruel before, and he has an excellent Cruel. Today he's going to be able to show us how he plays to his strengths, and this is something that we have to notice. Is with Snow Tsunami is they play different comps really well. They know how to execute passive comps and they know how to execute aggressive comps, and this is going to come to show. Like in the first 5 minutes is going to be their real test on how to determine their outcome later on this match.
Thank you for the insight, and we are going to hand it over and throw it over to Action Jackson and Vedius. Enjoy the matchup, guys.
Oh, I'm sure we will. It is going to be a great one. Snow Tsunami, I think this is a really interesting comp coming out of them, putting the Sky in lane. Vedius, I want to hear from you a little bit about the opening items, actually, from PT Lamb. Very curious start, not going for something I'm used to in lane.
So it looks like he's actually decided to go for a bit more mobility, but hang on, because Leia could be in...
Yeah, that is a lot of damage coming off right off the bat. I'm not sure invading this early on was a good idea. You can see that Tony Luo is also in enemy territory right now.
No
They're
way.
waiting for him to come out. No way! No way did he get away with that! Oh my god. I have no words.
Tony Luo with the play. That was so good. That was really impressive. I didn't even know you could do that, but today I've learned. So I imagine we're going to be seeing a lot more of that in the future. That was super impressive, really good stuff. And what would have been a very awful invade, giving over 2 kills, Tony ends up turning around. So very impressive stuff. But as you rightly said, Leia caught a little bit out of position thanks to a very nice rotation from PT Lamb. And you have to give a bit of credit to picking up those tier 1 boots. giving you a bit of extra mobility in the early game, enabled for that faster rotation down, and they were able to pick themselves up first blood.
I mean, just sort of unpacking it a little bit more, I could see how on someone like Skye, who actually has pretty good base damages anyway, and, you know, an ability to maybe push the wave with the forward barrage, for example, getting the boots so that you can roam more and be the early game pressure even though you're in lane, does make a decent amount of sense. I can get behind that. Tony Luo, though, he is actually going for an invade here. I didn't catch if he picked up the creep.
He did steal it, yeah. He successfully stole that one.
Very nice work by him. But he's going to have to be careful here. I mean, obviously, you've got the ability to go into stealth, try and juke out. He's doing some good damage onto Sasuke. Needs to be careful. You can see the smite. Oh, he used smite after the stacks wore off. That is not good news. But here we go. PT Lamb rotating down yet again. Sasuke biting off, or rather Tony Luo biting off more than he could chew there, staying for too long.
But he still did a lot of work in terms of buying time for legendaries to just push up the lane, force the wave under the enemy turret, so that Peter Lamb would end up losing quite a bit of farm. But as I say that, you can already see a massive CS differential beginning to develop between the two laners. So even though he was able to buy a lot of time, they weren't actually able to get very much off the back of that. So questionable decision making. Yes, he gets the back camps, but was it really worth it in the end?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see moving forward whether or not he can actually make a bit more of this pressure. He had some impressive damage onto Sasuke right there, and I feel like had PT Lamb not been able to rotate down, you know, maybe that would have gone very well for him. But as it stands, giving over a second kill to PT Lamb when we know and we have seen consistently how brutal Skye can be when she gets ahead is a slight concern to me, if I'm completely honest. But right now, he's looking to do the same thing again.
Yeah, he certainly is. So, Tony Luo, this guy, playing this Taka, my favorite hero in the game. I am a Taka one-trick, and I have been told that Taka Luo was the MVP in the Autumn Qualifier in Europe, with Taka specifically. So, I will be judging his Taka, as I am an expert Taka player. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he makes this one work. But it is going to be really difficult for him because, in particular against the Kroll, those weakness stacks really do hurt you. Considering that you typically just want to max out as much weapon power as possible, you want to just be jumping onto the backline, doing as much burst as you can. But I don't know which target he's actually going to try and prioritize because of the massive mobility that PT Lamb has on this Skye. Every time you jump onto him, he can just use that Series Strike to reposition and then kite around. But how Leia, he could be in trouble.
Does actually get the steal there, but again, trading your life for one camp, I'm still not convinced by this, especially after the changes we saw. I think it is now a few patches ago. It just doesn't seem like a great deal. You see in the lane, oh, from Hell's Heart comes right out and lands on legendaries. Beautiful catch for them. Tony Luo gets spotted out by the scout trap, so you can see that Snow Tsunami know exactly what he's up to right now, trying to go for the steal, potentially juking back and forth. They're taking a decent amount of damage from the gold mine, but PT Lamb is on the hunt for Tony Luo right now. Sasuke on the other side tries to get the heal. You're not doing it this time, Tony. No chances that happening twice. PT Lamb finds it. The gold mine goes over to Snow Tsunami. Leo was not able to steal that one away, but maybe he can find some kills here along with legendaries. Here comes Look at Me, jumping on the back line, right onto legendaries, building up those stacks of weakness. He's looking for a big smite. The Dragon's Breath comes out, but it's not enough. Look at Me. He's actually sustaining through this. Leia gonna go down as well. This is just constant action coming out. Snow Tsunami massively in the lead right now.
I'm really impressed with this Adagio Kroll combo. You can see that with these buffs and support that Sasuke is constantly providing, makes it so much harder to take Look at Me down. I'm really impressed with what we've seen from the Kull recently, from the Krull throughout the day.
People.
We saw him work so well earlier on in our previous matchup, and we're seeing it work again. I'm just really, really surprised as to how he's being worked, but paired with the Adagio, it seems to work very, very well. And given his itemization, he looks like he's working to... I imagine we may very well see another early Shiver Steel to make it easier to stick on top of legendaries to prevent him from being able to kite around in these fights. But we will have to see what he decides to go for. as he is right now looking for another potential pick, but the entire enemy team are just grouped up in the bottom half of the map.
Yeah, but they're going to have to make their way back up here soon, especially given the fact that that wave was shoved. Look at me just run straight in there, but maybe a little bit too far. He is taken very low. He's managing to survive, though. He gets a decent amount of health back from the smite, and you can see Snow Tsunami find themselves a kill, even in a position where it looked like Look at Me might have struggled. Very nice work by them. They are starting to snowball out of control right now.
Very early Fountain of Renewal combined with the natural heals that Adagio provides again makes it so hard to take down Look at Me. He is just a great frontline right now simply due to how hard it is to take him down. And I talked about how those weakness stacks really do hurt Ataka, and you can see it right there. There was nothing that Tony could do. He's currently sitting at 0-3. He is not having a fantastic game, but right now, Snow Tsunami working towards what could very well be a perfect game.
Certainly possible if they don't die, and right now they're not showing too many hints that they are going to. The gold mine attempt started by Leia and the side of Angry Pandas, but here comes the turnaround. The gold payout is collected. That is going the way of the Pandas, but look at the damage. PT Lamb is going to be ripping through the members. And you can see it is an ace coming through for them. Very nice by Snow Tsunami to capitalize on the aggression out of the Pandas, trying to go for that gold mine when maybe they shouldn't have.
Well, Snow Tsunami just really taking advantage of their composition right now. I just think they've straight up outdrafted at this point. There's very little that Angry Pandas can do. There's no way for them to provide enough peel for legendaries to get the damage down onto the backline. Tony Luo really has no target to focus down. You can sit there and channel your energy onto the Krull, but then Snow Tsunami are just going to kite back, use those weakness stacks to prevent you from really getting any damage down, and it's just very, very difficult for Snow Tsunami right now. I'm struggling to see how they're going to, it's going to be very difficult for Angry Pandas to come back into this one.
I absolutely agree with you, and I think they're going to have to stall for a very long time to get legendaries to the point where he can carry, because I think Tony Luo is not able to, as you said, find a good target. The Krull is really shutting him down. Of course, the fact that PT Lamb can just run away with Surrey Strike is great for him too. We're seeing another gold mine attempt coming out of the Pandas, but Lamb jumps in. He's straight onto the front line there, which is actually not exactly the place that he wants to be, but look at me, jumps in the back and is doing a decent amount of damage. From Hell's Heart, buys time, Legendaries is going to fall. Leia is the next target, and he falls to the Adagio. PT Lamb did not even die in that fight. This gold mine has basically been a source of great peril for the side of Angry Pandas. Every time they try and make a play for it, they get wiped out.
They certainly do. And you saw right there the problem that Takeo is having right now, because he doesn't have a target to focus. You pick a target into, you try to channel your energy into trying to kill that Sky, and she just kites back from you, especially when she has that support from the Adagio. There's nothing that Taka can do, and you saw it exactly there. It's just so hard. You get kited unbelievably, while Look at Me is just sitting on the back line having a free-for-all. He doesn't care. He doesn't need it, because if the focus isn't on him, then he's free to apply his weakness stacks. He gets the lifesteal combined with the steal. There's no way they're going to escape him. They're just doing phenomenally well. They're looking for another fight.
You look at the damage on a Legendaries right off the bat. Surrey striking all over the place. PT Lamb is being a nuisance to the Angry Pandas right now. And they are in a good position to maybe even siege off the back of this one. This is the problem. If you don't look at me, right, he gets annoyed because you didn't look at him. And then he kills you.
Look at me. I am the carry now. And that is exactly what he's say, right? And he's going to pick himself up the second minion mine. But the biggest problem for Snow Tsunami is their siege is actually quite weak. They have to get quite close in range of the tower, and that could put them at quite a risky situation trying to commit super hard to these turrets. So they may decide to wait for the Kraken, or they may wait to get themselves an ace before they look to try and push on to these next level of turrets, because it is very, very risky against this comp.
Yeah, but at the moment they're just choking out the Angry Pandas. I'm not sure they feel too pressured to end things soon. That's going to be from Hell's Heart onto Legendaries, and immediately he gets melted. stuns up Leia. He's in a very bad spot, trying to get away from this one, but PT Lamb just jumps across the wall, finds himself the kill. Given the fact that Tony Luo is the only man standing for the side of the Angry Pandas, this actually might be a good opportunity for Snow Tsunami to get some siege done.
Exactly that. You can see that Snow Tsunami picked themselves up the second minion mine, so they have those empowered minions now. And with the numbers advantage, sitting at a 17 kill lead, there's nothing that is going to stop them from taking away that turret. So, very smart play from them. They're looking to catch on to legendaries.
I don't even think he should have left his base right there, to be honest. Very risky. Good news that Leia was in position to just back him up, use that Vanguard to save his life. I mean, I like that Tony Luo is finding what he can in the enemy jungle right now, because, yeah, he couldn't have defended there. But it's just a really sad position to be in as a Taka, where, like, that's your thing. That's all you can do. He has picked up a Sara Blade now. Maybe this swings things a little bit.
I'd like to say that it does, but I really don't think it will. Unfortunately, it's only one item out of the many that he really needs to even stand a chance against this Crow. It's just those weakness stacks. They hurt so much against someone like Ataka. The damage reduction is insane, and given the amount of lifesteal that Look At Me has off the back of that, you just can't win in a 1 versus 1. So it's a very rough time for him. You can see the gold power about to maximize out from the gold mine. That will set up for the Kraken, and when you have a Krull, you're going to take it very, very, very quickly, and then with the Kraken, they can look to finally set up a siege and crack the base of the side of Angry Pandas. And that, potentially, could be the opportunity that Angry Pandas needs to get the turnaround, because you can see the Shatterglass as well as the Broken Myth completed for legendaries, and with those items, Scarf will be doing a lot of damage. You can see that there's not very much shield on the side of Snow Tsunami, so they could be looking for that to get the fight that they need.
He is just jumping straight in here. Actually does take a lot of damage, though, but is it going to be enough? Legendaries tries to go on the hunt there, runs forward with the Dragon's Breath popped, and now it's a one-on-one. Look At Me against Tony Luo. Look At Me might have a tough time securing the kill, given that Tony Luo is going to be able to stealth up very soon. It's just come off cooldown, and now Look At Me is going to really struggle to find that kill. So overall, I mean, that was a very good fight compared to the ones we've seen earlier from Angry Pandas.
Certainly was, trading 2 for 2 in a game where there's a 17-0 kill difference. I would be quite happy with that. So that's not a bad pickup. The problem still comes from Look At Me. He took quite a while to get involved in that fight, and because of that, they were the side of Angry Pandas were quickly able to shut down PT Lamb, and with him out of the fight, they used their numbers advantage to get another kill down onto Sosiska, and Look At Me then just cleaned up the fight. So they ended up trading 2 for 2, and no major objectives were gotten off the back of that. Still massive gold in the favor of Snow Tsunami, and they're looking for another fight.
Look At Me being the one to go in first this time. I like that over PT Lamb. He is a little bit more survivable in terms of the straight-up fight, and the damage is massive. From Hell's Heart does miss onto Tony Luo, and that he is going to be able to get away off the back of that. But with the minion mine falling, that's now 2 picked up for the side of Snow Tsunami. They might be looking to go for this Kraken. They can do it very quickly.
They certainly can. We talked about how Look At Me, with those weakness stacks, with the smite, can very easily take that, and there it goes. That's going to be gone. No problem. Breaking point, boys. That's just what having that item really does give you. Obviously, you don't build up stacks on the Kraken, but still, the base stats that it give you assist you a lot. So now with that, they're going to pick up the infusions, and they're going to look to try and close out the game. But again, they need to be careful. A lot of damage is still available to legendaries with the itemization these decided to go for. So if they take one bad fight, the comeback mechanic with the gold difference could allow them to come back into the game. We'll have to see as Snow Tsunami is set up for potentially the game-ending siege.
Well, they do have a lot of damage on their side. They have a lot of ability to dive onto the back line, and legendaries, unlike Tony Luo, cannot go invisible to get away. Here we go. Lamb gonna dive past that turret. The gauntlet gets thrown down by Leia, but he is nearly dead off the back of it. Tony Luo, very, very heavy damage onto him, and from Hell's Heart also lands on the legendaries. That just buys all the time that they need. PT Lamb, he dives the Vein Crystal turrets, he finds the kill, and ace comes out for Snow Tsunami. And although it wasn't the flawless game that we speculated it might be, they are going to take this series with 23-2 as the kill line in this game. Very well played by them. I cannot wait to see how they do moving forward in the VGL quarterfinals.
They will put up a very strong fight in the quarterfinals. I'm very impressed with how they performed in this game. I feel like they had a fantastic draft. Their composition was very, very good. The way they executed it was phenomenal. And yeah, there was one misplayed team fight where they ended up trading 2 for 2, but other than that, it was pretty much a perfect game from them. So great stuff from Snow Tsunami. Very impressive play, and Look at Me really has to be the standout player for me. He had such a massive impact. His positioning, his target focus was always on point, and he was a large factor as to why Snow Tsunami were always the ones coming out ahead in this game.
All right, well, to run us through a little bit more of the details, let's pass it over to Rome, our resident analyst.
Yeah, definitely well-played execution on the part of Snow Tsunami this game. And this is one of my top 3 teams to actually take out this entire tournament. But looking at Angry Pandas Black is, other than losing out in their in terms of drafting and team composition, I think they could have done a couple more things that might benefit them down the road, or take back from this loss as learning experience, where even when they're playing against, especially a Taka versus a Sky and a Cruel, if you're going weapon, then you need to opt out for something with more sustain, where you're able to use the mobility, you're able to use your entire kit to actually outmaneuver the Cruel and just build up stacks and kill the team. But looking at how they have a Sky in their team, and pretty much your focus as a Taka this game is to get rid of the Sky. Building out a bunch of weapon damage, although it is ideal, I would have opted out for Tension Bow ahead of time, just for that quick burst damage. Or I would have just went completely opposite and built total crystal power, just so I can make sure that even if I spam my abilities, I'm able to chunk Sky down to like a minimum range where she's not able to reposition herself and chase down my carry and Scarf. But overall, well played, and we can see the strengths of Snow Tsunami start to really show out well, and we can expect them to run a bunch of different comps just to counter the opponent team's composition builds later on this tournament. And how well they'll do, we'll actually look back and we'll be able to learn a bunch from this too.
Okay, thanks a lot for your thoughts again, Rome, here on that matchup, and of course congratulations, Angry Pandas Black here, unfortunately out of the event, and yeah, Snow is going to advance here into tomorrow's quarterfinals. We have another epic matchup coming, and I promise you that will be a good one, because 2 of our major esports organization in Vainglory are facing each other.
So yeah, to battle out this next match, we're going to be seeing G2 Kingwin 2 versus SK Chimera. And even though they're both from 2 different pro organizations, they're coming to this with the same kind of structure backing them up. And we mentioned this earlier in terms of their roster, how they have Majestic, Pips, Redix, Tesfaye, and Quinkletars on G2. And on the other team of Chimera, they have very well-known players. We saw a lot of MYQ during the Europe Live Championships, and he did extremely well. I just noticed in the early games he did have 1 or 2 faults, but later on he just worked out with his team really well. But apart from that, they have Rocco's, Medic, Ilohak, and Red Wolf, who I think are like the prime starters on this team. And with these guys, they have so much experience. Their mechanical skills are great. And they've been playing together for a long time. So this next match is going to be one to watch for sure.
Yes, so we have actually inside, it's going to be Medic, MIQ, and Ilohak for the SK Chimera roster, and Radix Majestic together with his buddy who's queuing together with him a lot, Pips. We do have also the picks and bans, some of them at least already. The first ban coming in from G2 Kinguin 2. It is a Sky ban. It's not the first time that we see that today, which is getting answered by a Black Feather ban from Chimera.
So, like I stressed a couple times already today, I think the hero that is and should be banned or played the most in this entire tournament from now on will be Sky, due to how many high skill cap players we have, players that are actually using her so well. And she hasn't lost a single game today. She's been dominating like left, right, and center. So banning out Sky was a good part in in their decision to come into this, especially because they have first pick. They want to be able to choose one, primarily trying to secure themselves either a flex pick or a nice roamer, where they could use the other 2 picks to counter against SK Chimera.
And also we did see that a lot today. Kestrel getting picked as first, also that you mentioned, which is quite interesting and super true. The disadvantage of picking Kestrel at a first pick, that you can actually run into easy counters.
Yeah, so when you're picking up Kestrel first, you're pretty much showing the other team, okay, most likely I'm going to be playing Kestrel in the jungle, and if depending on how your comp is, I'm going to be playing her in the lane. So this actually gives Chimera a good chance to sit back, and they can be like, we can counter out the jungle, and we can force a different carry to play in the lane. Or we can do the exact same opposite, where we don't have to counter the jungle, but we can force that Kestrel in the lane where she's not that dominant in the early game.
The next pick coming in from SK Chimera is going to be Catherine and Koshka.
So like what I just said earlier, where they saw Kestrel, and they were like, okay, we're gonna counter this Kestrel first, and then we'll secure our last pick afterwards. And that's exactly what they did. They took the best counters in terms of Catherine, and they followed up with somebody with a nice gap closer that can actually follow up with the Catherine stun and her shield, and just jump into the back line and deal so much amounts of damage towards this Kestrel.
The last 2 picks coming out here out of G2 Kinguin 2. To sum up the roster, it's an Scarf and an Arden. Man, that Scarf coming back very big in this patch and on this match day especially.
So with the Scarf here and how they have a Kestrel this is actually really good for them if they play it right. They don't want to get cramped up in terms of where they're too clumped up. Koshka can jump in and just AoE everybody, but if they know how to space themselves out right, then they're forcing the other team to pretty much either choose one or another, and right when they dive onto one of the squishy heroes, they have the backup in terms of Arden.
Last pick coming in from Chimera is a Ringo to complete the roster of SK Chimera. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so here what we have from SK Chimera is they're going to have a very strong early game composition where they're going to use that advantage in terms of having that Ringo in lane, being able to kite down really quick. But the thing here is if they get to this late game, Scarf is going to be so much trouble for them. When Ringo's in the early game, when Ringo starts to rotate down a lot, what he's going to be run into is if G2 Kinguin has a lot of vision up, then their Kestrel doesn't have much of a problem where she could pretty much burst down Ringo and burst down Koshka, given how well prepared she is ahead of time. If she's walking into an area where she knows she has vision, she knows she has that range, all she has to do is just spam those glimmer shots, reposition herself, and keep repeating, while their Scarf is just sitting up in lane farming towards late game.
Okay, kicking off the match. Thank you very much for the insight. It's going to be a very good matchup, as we heard a couple of times now. G2 Kinguin 2 versus SK Chimera. Yeah, we're going to throw it to our casters in just a second after a little trailer.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Halcyon Fold with myself, Action Jackson, and Vedius. We're going to be getting into Game 1 of this best-of-3 series between G2 Kinguin 2 and SK Chimera. Both very proficient teams looking to secure themselves slots in the quarterfinals starting from tomorrow. Vedius, how do you think this game is going to pan out?
action in the early game, and as I say that, you can already see G2 looking for a potential fight, largely because of this Koshka Ringo composition. You heard it coming out from Rome, how the side from SK Chimera are going to be running all about early game damage, early game aggression. They want to take advantage of this great composition that they have for getting that damage down and jumping onto the backline as quickly as possible. Have a look at this.
Here we go again. Medic is doing a decent chunk of damage to Majestic, but it's not going to be enough. He is going to go down to the Glimmer Shot. Very nice play out of G2. It's one of those things, whoever is like the initiator in these lane fights seems like they have a struggle, right? Because the other guys in the other bush, when you've got guys in both bushes, can just jump on you immediately, and they know who to target. They can target you first, all that kind of stuff. Very nice work coming out of G2 early on here.
Yeah, the vision right there is the biggest thing, because you jump into the bush, you try to get onto the backline, but as you're trying to kite around, you're moving in and out of the brush, and so you end up losing that vision. You can't quite get the target focus that you want, and you end up paying for it with your life. So it was largely down to Majestic just being able to kite around, play around his roaming support, and basically get down the damage without taking much back, as Medic takes a lot of damage himself.
Yeah, right off the bat there, Majestic didn't actually have vision, but he kind of just predicted that Medic would be standing there. Did it, about half of his health. He's regenerated a little bit since, but G2, they're being extremely aggressive considering they're against the Koshka, actually coming in from the flank here, behind enemy lines, looking for this fight. Redix with no energy. Maybe doesn't want to be seeking this, though. Here comes MWQ, very low on the backside. Majestic wanted it, but he's put himself so far out of position to try and secure that kill that he goes down himself. I feel like that was definitely him biting off more than he could chew.
Majestic overextending way too much just for that kill onto MYQ. Definitely not worth it this early on into the game. You should have taken the advantage that you had by getting those kills, getting the amount of damage down and potentially moving into the enemy jungle and just getting a little bit more control, taking away some of those back camps, but decided not to do that and ended up paying for it with his life. So Majestic, after what looked like a great start to the game, needs to tone down the aggression, otherwise it'll end up biting him in the foot.
I have to agree with you, and now the kills are 1 for 1. Still a slight gold lead in favor of G2, but it's nothing substantial. Illohook is going to be engaged on here. Thankfully for him, he is able to get back to the safety of his turret. Now MYQ looking for pips. Lands that stun, but can't get any good damage down. Medic not in position to initiate.
So right now, both teams looking to just, well, Chimera trying to defend their tower. They're trying to throw a bit of poke down, but the siege coming out from G2 is so strong. You have so much poke available with this Kestrel and this Scarf, as well as the wave clear, so you can constantly clear these minions out and set up to take damage down onto this turret.
MYQ keeps getting chunked out here. He is constantly on the front line, which means it's very easy for Majestic to land these Glimmer shots. And as a result, he's investing a lot of his money, for example, in potions, but it's not going to be enough. Pips just picks him up. I feel like MYQ should have been aware that there was potential enemies in that bush. Face checking is always a risky prospect. Now with the gold mine spawned, G2K2 looking like they want to pick it up. Medic gonna hop in here. Can he steal it? No, he doesn't find it. But I believe that, it went the way of Redix. So yes, that is going to be G2K2 picking themselves up the gold mine, getting 2 kills, securing themselves a nice lead in this early game.
And Pips, really smart of him to realize that MYQ would move down into his jungle. Even though he was low, he still wanted to get farm, and that just shows how familiar Pips is with this SK lineup. MYQ has been around the European scene for a while, and it really demonstrates there that Pips just understands the tendencies, and he was able to punish MYQ for staying that much longer when he had such low HP. So great advantage gain for G2, and the gold mine being able to pick up that payout as well as the vision control that it will provide will be another big advantage gain for G2, as we do see tension bows being picked up for both Ringo and Majestic.
I really, really like the fact that the gold mine is going to have this double threat of vision control as well for the side of G2, because against the Koshka, I'm kind of surprised, to be honest, that SK Chimera haven't been more aggressive. They haven't been trying to set up any plays with that. Now they're going to try and get on the Redix, though. A lot of brunt damage onto his face straight off the bat. Illohook just runs through the enemies to find that, and Majestic's reloading at the time. He can't turn it around. Yummy Catnip Frenzy goes down onto him. Is it going to be enough? enough. Vanguard finds 1 kill. This is giving me flashbacks to the NA Championships with Pips and the Gold Miner here. Pips pops him, finds that kill onto MyQ, but now he's against Illohook, and he has got the damage. That is going to be 3 kills to 2 in favor of G2 Chimera, or not G2 Chimera, SK Chimera. But the Gold Mine still heavily in control of the side of G2, something that they're going to be happy about.
This is what happens when Illohook finally gets a good rotation down and they're able to get a 3 versus 3 where it's Chimera being the one to actually start off the fight. Really impressive stuff, and you can see after picking up that tension bow how much damage this Ringo can really do. Focusing down Redix right off the bat meant that a major area of effect damage control from the side of G2 was taken out, and that meant that Chimera were able to come out ahead 3 for 2 overall.
Yeah, very nice from them. That does bring them back a little bit into a even gold position. Previously, they were about 500, 600 behind, so that's always going to be nice as a pickup for your team. They're hovering around the gold mine at the moment, looking to make some actual plays here, but of course they are spotted out moving into that tri-bush, given the fact that they wandered past the gold miner. They've got to be careful here. Medic leading the charge. Gonna find Pips here. Majestic and Redix in a bad spot, potentially. They should have moved a while ago. Redix gonna be the first target here, but the turnaround is actually pretty big from Majestic. Good glimmer shots coming out, landing the damage onto the members of SK. Now MyQ struggling a little bit with the poke that's coming out.
That would have been a really bad fight for SK if they weren't able to disengage that quickly, simply because Medic and MyQ just grouped up way too much when you're going up against that Scarf. It enabled him to get that flaming goop off, which just shredded through their HP. Really well played fight from both teams, realizing what they could and could not go for.
I have to agree. I mean, I think at the moment G2 are being gated a little bit by their lack of items in some cases. Majestic, you know, he's struggling to manage his energy, which is a big problem. Redix, oh man, he's getting engaged on in the top lane. That is going to be a reflex block, but it's not enough. Illohook has so much damage right now, and there's just no turnaround potential when Pips and Majestic are so far away from the lane. We might see SK Chimera going and trying to pick up this gold mine now.
That was just a bit of a misplay from Redix. He didn't realize the positioning from MyQ, and Illohook as another fight kicks off around the gold mine.
Oh, that was a big gauntlet. Look at MYQ. He actually goes down to it because there's no way out. Majestic, he wants to pick up Medic. He finds it. Illohook, he can't get the gold mine. That's going to be the ace. They do not lose the miner. Wow, what a huge fight for G2. Ardens and gold miners are best buddies. You got to be careful fighting in that position.
Medic, Illohook, and MYQ all greed way too heavily trying to take down the gold miner. They don't respect the amount of bonus defense stats and damage that a minion candy does provide, and in a, well, I say 2 versus 3, it ends up being a 3 versus 3 because the gold miner did so much work in that fight, and because there was absolutely no focus down onto Majestic, it was a very easy 3 for 0 kill going over to G2. Very impressive and well executed team fight from them, that fight.
Absolutely, and off the back of that, they've secured themselves 2,000 gold in the lead of SK Chimera. Pip looking to be aggressive here, just getting some love taps down onto Illohook. This is going to be a bit of an uphill struggle for SK Chimera right now. You know, it's past the point where Medic is going to be as impactful as he can be, given the fact that he's on that Koshka. They're really going to be relying on Illohook to do a lot of damage in these fights.
Well, he's gone for a Frostburn to try and make it easier to stick on top of the backline, which to a degree I get, but you really want to be going for more burst. You want to be getting as much damage down as possible. You want to be shutting down the backline rather than just sticking to them. You already have quite a lot of movement speed in your kit anyway. So going for that early Frostburn, not entirely sure if I agree with it, but Medic going for a fight.
Majestic did actually bite off quite a lot there, but he was able to disengage. Dragon's Breath is huge across 3 members of SK. One shot, one kill, finds the kill onto Medic, and now Illohook, the last man standing, is going to go down eventually. Redix picking that one up. There's no gold miner to take, but the minion mine might be a good pickup here for G2.
That was a really bad place for SK to go for that fight. You can't afford to fight in such an enclosed space when you're going against the Scarf. The area of effect damage that he does is absolutely monumental, and given his positioning, he stayed near to his turret, and prevented both Medic and Illihook from getting anywhere near him, which meant that he was getting free damage down for no risk to himself, and it was an easy ace in the favor of G2. Very well played fight.
Oh man, Pips catching out MYQ yet again. Gauntlet goes down, does land onto him. He's gonna pop that shield, get some damage reflection down, but it's only delaying the inevitable right now. One shot, one kill comes out and does actually secure it. Very nice work by Majestic to land that one, and now looks like we might see some pressure onto this tier 2 turret.
Yeah, SK Chimera are really struggling right now. G2 are just executing their composition beautifully. They realize that they have the power spike, the level spike, and they're using it to their advantage to set up the siege onto the turret.
They do find that kill. That is now 2 turrets to 0 in favor of G2. But they do have to be careful of a re-engage here. Medic was hunting for something there. We got 2 members on about half health for G2. They're going to have to back up. They're going to pick up some items from the shop. Sorrowblade is now on Majestic. That's going to be a big spike in damage. This is going to be a tough uphill battle for SK.
It certainly is. They still have the potential if they can just get on top of either Majestic or Redix. Really needs to be the target that they focus. If they can just eliminate him right at the start of the fight, catch him just slightly out of position, then they could turn the fight around. But you still have to take into consideration the amount of damage coming out from Majestic. You can see that with that Sorrowblade, he will just be hitting it that bit harder than Illihook, and it's going to be a very difficult fight. But there is still that possibility if they can just get on top of Redix.
I agree with that, but at the same time, that is such a tough ask of SK right now. I mean, Medic, yeah, you got Yummy Catnip Frenzy, but there's a reflex block there. There's also a lot of sustain that can really keep Redix healthy. The Fountain of Renewal coming out from Pips is going to really help with that. So they need to do it instantaneously. There needs to be no opportunity for those ticks of the Fountain to just keep Redix safe. MYQ is fishing around for an opportunity to engage, can't find it, and an immense payout is collected for G2. They are 5.2k in the lead right now, with a big kill lead as well.
So interesting that Pips actually decided to go for a Warhorn, given how much this G2 composition actually prefers to kite back rather than just hard engage. The Warhorn does surprise me just a little bit, but perhaps he plans on using it in a kiting fashion. So if they get into a little bit of an unfortunate situation, they can quickly use that Warhorn to disengage from the fight and provide you with that extra bit of safety. So to a degree, I get it, but still, quite an interesting pickup coming out from Pips.
Yeah, I mean, I almost would have preferred a Crucible early on here, and there's a Gauntlet coming out of Pips. Is going to lock in MYQ and Medic. Dragon's Breath is going to get interrupted by the Yummy Catnip Frenzy, but it doesn't even matter. Illihook is slowed up. Pips going in for him. MyQ falls on the side, and this is just disaster yet again. Oh, one shot, one kill comes across the fold. Majestic landing that one time and time again. No members dying for the side of G2. That's like the 4th ace for them onto SK. Massive plays out of these guys.
It certainly is. What a fantastic play from them. The way they executed that composition was, that fight, was absolutely perfect. They positioned very, very well. Their target focus was on point. They knew to focus down Medic as he was just the target that was in front of them. And when you have this kiting composition that mainly relies on its range, you just want to kill the front line and then follow that up. And they did exactly that, and it was very easy for them to come out ahead and pick themselves up a 3rd turret. They've now cracked into the base of SK Chimera, and they're going to be looking to try and close out the game.
Kraken spawns in 10 seconds, and is certainly something that can facilitate that, so long as you don't greed a bit too much and try and take it at an inopportune moment. You see SK Chimera playing up the map a bit further than you might expect them to. Medic gonna face check onto Pips right now, might be searching for some kind of engagement, but going to temper his expectations there and be a little bit careful proceeding. You never know if you're just going to be counter-engaged upon, especially when you do not have good vision control right now. I like the fact that we're seeing lots of flares being picked up for the side of SK. They are in a tough spot where they cannot really get good scout trap coverage.
Yeah, they also can't really look to contest this Kraken because of all the minions that are knocking on the door of their base, which means that G2 immediately going to rush to take away this Kraken. They've pulled it into the bush, and they're going to pick it up for free.
Ooh, Illowhook nearly found that one with an auto attack, but not quite. Majestic kiting back from Medic right now. Redix gets a big Dragon's Breath off yet again, and Medic goes down. MYQ, the last member standing this time for the side of SK. I think this might be curtains for them, to be honest. Very big fight one for G2. They've got the Kraken, they've got the Ace. They're going for gold here.
Again, positioning from G2, absolutely phenomenal. They use Pips on the front line, threw that gauntlet down, split up the lineup of SK Chimera, and then Redix getting a fantastic Dragon's Breath to eliminate the Medic and the backline almost immediately. Very impressive stuff. They're likely going to close out the game off the back of this Kraken.
Medic jumping forward. I'm not sure he really can afford to right now. Illowhook taken down to half off the back of just one shot, one kill. And now the turret being focused by the Kraken. There is just no way for SK to defend this one. They do not have enough damage to even kill the Kraken before it solo would take down the Vein Crystal. They're still trying. They're being good sports, but they are going to go down. G2K2 find themselves the first win in this best of 3.
Great way to start on such a dominant game where you perfectly execute your composition to dismantle the SK Chimera lineup. Really impressive stuff, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they do in this game too, considering how well their positioning was and how well they played the map overall.
All right, well, Rome, talk us through that one a little bit more. It seemed a very dominant performance. Is there anything SK could have done to come back in that game?
With SK, this one is, I think they should have used their Catherine in terms of a better initiative. Like, when Catherine is able to use her stun to time out, and she times it really well and catches Kestrel in a position where their Scarf is really close by, that actually gives room for the Koshka to jump in, initiate, and for Ringo to follow up. What G2 Kinguin 2 did really well this game was their positioning was always superb. Like, we noticed how Majestic never got caught out of a position, and he was always in an area where he had Arden close by to use that Vanguard just to help his mobility in terms of escape a lot more. And the terms of, like, they dominated in the jungle really well. They maintained that pressure early on, and so because they do this, Koshka doesn't have that chance to actually use her full potential and, like, harass the jungle where inevitably it actually transfer up to the lane. But coming into next game, Chimera's gonna have to choose a composition where if they're balanced in the jungle in terms of two very strong early duels, then they have to choose a more passive comp and rely on that comp to carry into the late game. They can't dominate, they can't try and battle in the jungle where it's pretty balanced, but in the lane they had a Scarf in the other team when you have a Ringo where you're going to get out-poked later on, you're going to get out-scaled later on. So your chances of coming back was actually a lot more dim compared to how G2's composition overall was strong in the jungle and strong in the late game.
Yeah, GG, well played, but that was just the first match. We have the second match coming up, so as soon as we have the first bans, we can start the draft. Currently just checking in the party with what they would like to ban, and that said, my question would be to Rome. What could be the potential bans this time? Chimera here having the first shot.
Chimera here this time, they might opt out because they're going first. They could choose to ban Kestrel first or first pick Kestrel, but it wasn't so much in terms of like picks and bans other than how they know their opponents so well, because pretty much last game they didn't really get out-banned or out-drafted. They just pretty much got outplayed where their jungle duel wasn't putting enough of that early game presence in terms of trying to push the other team back and making them play a bit more on the passive side. G2 Kinguin last game had free time to roam around. They had pretty much any option to rotate how they please and play how they want to play out.
Alright, so the score is 1-0, just waiting here for the first bans as such, and thanks for your opinion, Rome. As soon as we have some information, we will jump into that and wait for your analysis on their bans. So in the meantime, let's go back actually into their bracket where they are placed. It is the Rhyme bracket, ladies and gentlemen, and that is super interesting here, and we are just looking into this, and as we see Rebel Tiger advancing against Divide et Impera, so that was a 2-0, and that looks pretty interesting here. One Rebel Tiger team succeeding, one defeated in this today round of 16, and Ark lost in space. Miles their captain, Lure, Green Hornet. This is the roster, and on the other hand side, the eliminated team here. Seed number 6, Divide et Impera. It's a team from Italy, as far as I know, unfortunately here. Eliminated. The application is open in the meantime for the second qualifier, ladies and gentlemen. VaingloryLeague.com if you want to apply. This is your chance now. The top teams by ELO and past performance make it. And then, of course, we have the Amateur Series, which pretty much ended this week. And we have finally our top 32 teams in Europe and North America, who will face then the bottom 32 in a pre-match day for each region.
Thank you for the update on that side. So yeah, you basically can say after the VGL qualifier, the second one is following up quite quickly. And also we do have the first ban by SK Chimera, and it is a Kestrel ban.
Yeah, so what we noticed a lot today was a lot of these Kestrel bans, and they were probably like, okay, we don't plan to first pick Kestrel. Instead, we're going to take how Majestic played Kestrel last game. We're just going to take out of their hands, force them onto a different composition where we can hope to counter them, especially when we have 2 consecutive picks afterwards.
Okay, we do get a Skyban from a G2 Kinguin 2, so no Sky for this matchup as well. We heard it a couple of times. You mentioned it, Sky, super strong. We saw Leon flawlessly dominating their brother team, and we won't see it here on either side for this matchup.
Like, I have a feeling that we are going to see a lot of melee heroes coming out this game, and there is a slight chance that we're going to be seeing Rhyme for the first time today. I'm not too sure about that. But given how Sky's out of the picture and how Kestrel's already out of the picture, there are so many possibilities that you can play in the lane and in the jungle, where you have heroes like Blackfeather, Koshka, Glaive, and this is actually a scenario where Rhyme does fit in really well. But it also depends on how much these teams have been practicing him in the last couple of weeks here.
We do see that just mentioned Blackfeather getting picked up by SK as a first pick, and on the other side we do get an instant pick by Redix, and he is calling Finn and Vox.
Yeah, so this is something I was expecting one of the teams to play. Was I know for sure that there is going to be Blackfeather being played by one team, but having Vox on the other team is such a great counter to this, because you're matching up two heroes that do need to take some time in terms of scaling wise and how much items they have to farm up, and probably being situated in the lane for both of them, they're going to have a good time duking it out, where Blackfeather does have a pretty decent amount of time easy wise to be able to farm up CS against a Vox. But late game is going to be dependent on how well they position themselves and how much support is coming out from the rest of their team roster.
So yeah, we are still waiting on that insight and on those calls by SK. I really liked, just from my angle as viewing the match as a normal viewer with some insight on Vainglory, I felt like that the synergy between G2 with the 2 new players which are Pips and Majestic, together with the olds, well, not old, but with the Radix, who played in the last qualifier already very well, and who's well known as a good and consistent, very good player. It just feels like that those are, like, they searched for each other, and they found a perfect solution to play together. It feels like that they are, even though that we know that they don't play for a really long time together, they are, I don't know, fitting quite well.
Yeah, finding a team that, like, even though you haven't played for a long time, but you have the same kind of mindset looking at towards the game, like that's either your personality wise, you have to be very vocal. It's all about team building, and this is the kind of thing that builds a lot of like synergy towards the team. Even though you play for a long time, you do notice each player's habits, and you can try and adjust to match their habits a bit more. But there's also some teams where you're getting three guys in, three players in general, and then you have such like pretty much compatible mindset together where synergy is just instantly created. Like it just matches your play style all across the board.
Yeah, I agree, and that's really cool. I mean, it's good to see that G2 is mixing up their rosters for both teams, and that they now found a solution which works out very good for the two new players and Radix as well. We do have the picks finally coming in by Medic for SK, and it is going to be the Catherine and Celeste. So double stun coming in here to completing together with Blackfeather.
So with this transition in mind, it's most likely going to be Celeste up in lane against that Vox, and with Blackfeather in the jungle, G2 Kinguin is going to try and secure themselves somebody very dominant in the jungle. Somebody that's able to push into that early game, try and take as much pressure off the laner as possible. And here's like a position where G2 does have that option of playing somebody like Koshka, like Glaive, who's actually going to be really beneficial towards them, and somebody that can use that sustain coming out of Finn to build like heavy damage items, like in terms of a breaking point, in terms of broken myth if they decide to go crystal weapon, crystal power.
So, fun times. We're going to see the first Rhyme. That is what they locked down for potential jungle. Or maybe we're going to see Vox in jungle. Who knows? Any thoughts? The Rhyme appearing the first time on the roster of G2 and also for this first winter season qualifier.
Yeah, and I just mentioned that earlier. This is like a perfect scenario for them to actually be running Rhyme. It fits really. He fits really well with Vox and Finn. Even though if they do opt out for double crystal carry, that's totally fine as long as, because Rhyme balances out against Blackfeather really well in terms of he's able to help peel using his second ability for the Vox, and with his AoE damage, as long as he gets up close to Celeste, and usually with Finn building items like Warhorn, it helps out Rhyme so much. So if they can get into that backline really deep, Rhyme will unleash the damage for sure.
Yay. Very cool. I am looking forward for it, and I believe all of the viewers on Twitch are looking forward for it as well, to see Rhyme getting played the first time professionally here on the House Unfold, and that is where we're going to jump to in just a second. I believe just after a short trailer.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the fold. This is the second game between SK Chimera and G2 Kinguin 2. It's going to be a good one. My name's Action Jackson. Joining me is Vedius, and I'm super excited because we get to see a Rhyme this time, a bit like the Rhyme I just made.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see it. I have played it a couple times, and we actually played it with Rome in a game, and he was sitting there telling us in the Rhyme is super late game. You don't have to worry about it in the early game. So we tried to go for an early play, and we got demolished. So I'm not convinced he's late game.
It definitely wasn't the fact that I was looking at the shop.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with that. But
I didn't lose
either way,
half my
he
health
has-
before it even started. Medic, speaking of half of his health, is going to lose half of his right off the bat.
Rhyme, he does have insane scaling on his abilities. He's likely going to go super heavy into the crystal power, and he is going to be hitting hard come the mid to late game. So I would be surprised if they do go for these early game fights. You can see they've got a very mid to late game composition. Finn takes a little bit of a while to ramp up. He really wants to get that mobility in as soon as he can. And you heard Ro mention about the Warhorn. They want to be picking that up relatively soon as well, something that they're looking to probably prioritize, as well as this Vox. He's going to take a little while to ramp up as well. Something like an alternating current, I wouldn't be too surprised to see. Oh, actually thinking about it, sorry, he's going to be going for that weapon power build, isn't he? Because we are going to have Majestic on this crystal power Rhyme, so I'm really looking forward to actually see some weapon power Vox.
Yeah, it's always good to see. Obviously very strong with the overdriven A ability, which does give you 20% bonus weapon ratios after use. Very, very strong, and allows for you basically to hit a massive power spike that's completely unrelated even to the items that you have. You know, it's just as soon as you overdrive that ability, well, 20% more weapon damage. You know, that's like getting a new item.
Yeah, so once he hits that level mark, he's going to be getting a decent power spike, but they're looking for a gank onto Medic right now. He is in a good position, though, not to fall for that one, as Finn may have found MYQ.
Oh, but he doesn't actually land a very good quibble, though, and that's a big part of Finn's usefulness early game, is the massive damage that it does. So Pips is going to have to back away from that one with his tail between his legs.
But what a composition coming out from G2. Finn, Rhyme, and Vox. I mean, when you were sitting there, laying in bed this morning, thinking about Vainglory, is this the sort of composition that you were thinking about, AJ?
I mean, yeah, because I'd love to play it. I love Finn. I love Rhyme. Actually, Vox is probably one of the other heroes I've been playing most recently, so yeah, I can dig it.
Okay, okay. I'm glad that you did, but were you expecting it? Because personally, this is not the start. This isn't what I would have seen from a Rhyme composition personally. Oh, hang on a second. Fight is going to be kicked off by Iloak.
Yeah, MYQ trying to chase in here a little bit. Medic needs to be careful. The Scout Trap does a decent chunk of damage there. Majestic hit by the core collapse is going to have to back away. Rewinding a second, though, as Voxes want to do, to discuss what we were mentioning before. I think Finn complements Rhyme so perfectly.
Yes, definitely.
Because you just bring everyone to you, you keep them there. Rhyme has short ranges on his spells. You know, they need to be close to you. That's exactly what the Finn's going to offer. And whilst they're all locked up by ridiculous slows and polite company and forced accord, you're just going to have Vox on the back line going around, Medic, what are you doing? I was making a point and you just walked in to die.
So in that instance, they didn't even need Finn to draw them in, because he already came to them in the first place. So
Medic was polite. He was the polite part of it.
Exactly. Medic was like, hey, I'm going to give you guys an early advantage, which I think he will regret as the game progresses. But either way, still great start for G2 being able to pick up that first kill. But I completely agree with you. And as we mentioned earlier, the amount of mobility that you will typically see built on top of a Finn will also help support Rhyme, because he is quite low range, but then once he gets within range, once he applies those frost stacks, it is so easy to lock down the target with that chill wind. So keep an eye out on that, because I think that once they get in range, it's going to be very difficult to escape from this G2 lineup.
I'm inclined to agree with you. I think, you know, as well, they have really good chase potential with the Vox, too. That's another thing the Vox offers. He is just unrelenting, hopping forward constantly with his A ability, and it can be very irritating to deal with. Plus, I think this is a composition that's going to handle the Black Feather quite well. I mean, if he jumps in, he's going to get popped. There's no doubt about that.
Certainly is. But you have to remember the triple stun composition that Chimera are also running. So for Chimera, you know, we've talked a lot about G2's comp, but for Chimera, their whole idea is to get the stun down onto someone like the Vox or the Rhyme. Probably the Vox is going to be their ideal target, because Rhyme is tankier than you give him credit for. And once they've stunned him up, they're just going to dive all in on him with that Medic, with that Black Feather. They're just going to get on top of him and delete him as quickly as possible. And they do have the utilities with this composition to do so. Redix takes a lot of damage.
Medic really putting down the hurt there. I'm actually kind of surprised we didn't see a Solar Storm out of Iloak to try and snipe it out. He might go for it now. There it is. Redix, he falls. Multiple bolts of that ability hit. easy pickup for the side of SK Chimera. I feel like body blocking that or something would have been a good plan. Pips right now trying to move in here, maybe steal away this gold mine. Quibble does a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough. Pips has put himself in a very bad position in order to do that, and now SK Chimera find themselves another kill and the gold mine. They are actually even on gold regardless, though, and that's a big issue. I mean, the CS in lane is a huge difference.
It certainly is. You can already see 10 CS advantage being developed for Relics, as well as the 38 to the 35. Still pretty even between the junglers. But for Pips, I think that was worth it. Yes, he gave away his life, but if he'd stolen the gold miner, trading that for his life definitely would have given them a big advantage. So early on in the game, giving away these kills is not going to hurt you that much. And I think we can forgive Pips for that attempt at a steal. I think it was worth it. So regardless of that, though, right now we do see that SK Chimera currently in the lead in terms of kills, a little bit ahead in gold, and you would expect this with their composition, given how G2's composition does take quite a while to ramp up. There's that alternating current completed for Redix, and he will be doing a little bit more damage, but it's not until he picks up his next one. Hang on, Redix.
YQ with a good stun there, but Polite Company is going to give him a bit of a shield. Redix needs to be careful, though. Illohook could, for all he knows, have his ultimate available yet again. It is going to be up very soon, but he is able to get back to base. SK Chimera turning up the heat a little bit here in the early stages of the game. Pips face-checking the bush. Bold decision by him.
He doesn't have a flare in his inventory, so he felt like he could go for it. And being Finn, crowd control doesn't really affect you that much. But he is able to just swag on that one. Yeah, he shakes it off and comes back into lane happy days. So it's not going to be too bad. But what we do now see, Medic picking up that Serpent's Mask. So slight power spike for him, but he's in a very similar situation to Vox. It's not until he really gets that second item that you really need to be afraid of what that hero can do.
Yeah, I agree, definitely. I think Medic is definitely still ramping up. Majestic, though, I want to talk about him for a second, because he's gone for this Frostburn, which I actually think is kind of interesting. You already have a lot of crowd control on your kit, and a lot of slow as well. So going for something like the Frostburn basically is just there to keep people in range of Redix. He's actually playing a bit more of a supporty role than maybe he needs to. You can often see other more damage-centric builds coming out of Rhymes. In fact, I believe earlier Rome sent us a message in the Skype chat saying, keep your eye out for just super heavy crystal builds, because he can really chunk you out. This time he's playing as a team, he's playing for the team, trying to augment Redix's capability. Forced Accord comes out. MYQ, that's a lot of damage, but look at the turnaround. Whoa, that's a lot of poke coming out. MYQ does get the silence as well. Illohook has the ultimate available. Is he going to fire it off and try and get the kill with it? Heliogenicide flying left, right, and center. He might go for the snipe soon. He wasn't revealed by the scout trap, so he does have the ability to fire it from the Fog of War if he wants to go for it. Pips bringing them a bit closer with that Polite Company. They're so low on G2. I actually think Illohook might have used all of his energy, though.
So right there, it's just a matter of G2 should not have gone for that fight. Yes, it was a great forced accord, but why do you want to go for an engagement when you haven't had an opportunity to really ramp up? We've already talked about how great their composition is at scaling up, and forcing a fight this early on into the game just is not something that you really want to do. So I don't understand why G2 forced this, and going for this gold mine is risky.
This is so bold. I mean, they don't even have health on them, really. You can see Majestic in a tough spot. The Solar Storm comes across. Redix now easily able to be dived. On point getting a shield from Medic to buy time for that play. Reflex block comes out, but he just waits it. He waits for the reflex block to fade. I cannot even begin to comprehend that play from G2. I think that was a huge mistake.
It was... Yeah, I agree. There's not much more really to add to that, because going for that gold miner just didn't make any sense. We just talked about how their composition is more about scaling, and last game they seemed to play their composition very, very smartly. They knew exactly when to play around their spikes, they knew when to go for fights and how to optimize those fights. But this game, they just seem to be falling apart. They're not making the right decisions. They're going for engagements when they just should not be going for these fights, and they're paying for it. You can see now a massive difference in terms of the kills, and SK Chimera in full control of this game.
I mean, I admire G2 for trying something a little bit new with the Rhyme. No one else has been utilizing it in the tournament so far. It was banned until today globally, but you know, they had the game to work with, right? So they won game 1, game 2. They can maybe try something. If they feel super confident they're going to take it in a game 3 no matter what, you can practice a strategy in a live environment here. And I can kind of get behind that, but it's not panning out. And also, you know, I think we need to talk a little bit more about the decision to go Crystal Power here on Redix. They are going to be countered very heavily by item builds that SK can easily go for. And I feel like their damage is going to lack, given that they're not even committing to having damage by building a Frostburn on Majestic.
Double Crystal Power teams is something that we've actually seen a lot more of recently, especially over in Japan. If you watched their Vainglory tournament last night, we saw a lot of this Double Crystal Power itemization coming out, and it seems to be rising in popularity, but going for something like the Triple Fountain is a very easy way to itemize against it, but if you don't itemize optimally, the amount of burst that can come out is absolutely insane. So, but fortunately, SK Chimera itemizing very, very nicely against it, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a third Fountain of Renewal come out from Illohook, simply because it just provides so much shield. And I agree with you, the fact that there's no Broken Myth yet completed for either Redix or Majestic means that it's going to be even harder for them to come out ahead in these exchanges.
Yeah, and on the flip side, Illohook's got Broken Myth and Frostburn. That's his core. I mean, he is good from now on. You can basically still be useful from any point on in this game without more items. So getting a Fountain of Renewal, sure, why not? I mean, it is going to help you later on in the stages where maybe G2 start doing damage. Because at the moment, I mean, Majestic is not. He's just not.
No, he's really not, and it's even harder for them to actually get up close. We talked about potentially going for a Warhorn, but it looks like the Pips isn't anywhere near that yet, so G2 can't even really force the fights that they want. And that means it's going to be even harder for Majestic to actually get up close, and so far they're yet to land a perfect forced accord that really brings the entire team of SK Chimera into the cold embrace that is Majestic on this Rhyme. So if he can get that good forced accord, maybe they can get a good fight, but things slowly falling out of favor G2. You still have to remember, very late game composition, and the longer this game goes, they are going to get stronger and stronger. It's simply a matter of how well, at this point, SK Chimera can use their lead and maintain it.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting for sure to see if G2 can weather this storm. I mean, I feel like with the builds that they're going, they're really planning a long game. Not just for the late game, right? Because the late game starts approaching around 15 minutes. I think they're planning for like a 30-minute game right now, the way that they're playing this.
But at the moment, SK Chimera aren't really setting up a position to try and siege onto the tower. They may very well be waiting for themselves. But the wave clear, it's reasonable on the side of G2. They do have the Fox as well as the Rhyme, so it's not that bad. And you can see how easily Vox can take away those minions if necessary. So they are a little bit hesitant to try and set up this siege onto G2. But right now, they're really not doing very much. They're going to wait for that decent goal payout to come off the back of it. Breaking point now completed for Medic. So we talked about earlier how he really comes into his own. Blackfeather as a hero comes into his own once he completes those 2 major items, and this is it. Now he's at a point where they need to be terrified of this very heavy late game Blackfeather.
Well, it's not as if they needed to be terrified before, right? Oh, wait. They're being crushed right now, right? There's a forced accord, though, onto Illohook. That is a great pick. That is a big turnaround fight for G2. They're looking for more here. MYQ gonna try and run away from this one. Redix on the hunt is sped up there. Lots of damage coming out as he just trains on him. This is what we were talking about earlier with the chase that a Vox offers. Where did that just come from?
Forced accord, fantastic for finding picks all across the map, and they were able to do it. They catch out of position Illohook, who is an insanely squishy Celeste. She has very few defensive itemizations, and she ended up paying for it with her life, and then they ended up setting up the chase. Medic, though, he could end up losing his life for training for the turret.
He's pretty fast, though. I mean, he's just running away here without much punishment going down onto him. Redix needed to back away and regenerate energy, so he couldn't really be part of that fight. I think he would have just been fodder for Medic and allowed for him to get some damage down and maybe even pick up a kill as well as the turrets. So G2, yes, they did get a good pick there. They found 2 kills but they traded a turret for it, and that's not necessarily worth it.
Yeah, they're going to lose a lot of map control off the back of that, but still, getting 2 kills is a nice advantage for them as they found Medic now.
Redix jumping forward. That was a good force to cord onto 2 members, but Illohook is not being focused at all, and he is wrecking them. Wow, what a solar storm coming out from him. The Heliogenesis, how are they still alive right now? What is this? G2, they managed to find 2 kills. No one dies. Majestic... what just happened, Vedius?
Majestic with the fantastic Valkyrie, turning that fight around. Redix relied so heavily on that Fountain of Renewal just to keep him alive long enough to provide time for Majestic to get that 2-man Valkyrie, such a massive slow and a massive burst of damage, then allowed Redix to reposition himself to then get the damage down that he needed, and they were able to clean up the fight 2-0. We were talking about that late scaling composition and the comeback potential that is so relevant on the 1.13 meta. What a fantastic fight for G2 to come out ahead in that exchange.
That closed the gold gap by a decent chunk, and I have to admit, you know, maybe the naysayers, myself included, saying that it would take too long for this late game composition to come into fruition, were wrong. I mean, that was an impressive fight. To be fair, though, to SK, they probably ought not to fight and chase into chokes, because that's where the AoE is really going to be very easily landed for G2K2. We are seeing some infusions being picked up now. Redix just grabbed one for himself. Maybe G2, off the back of that fight, feel ready to try and engage properly with the members of SK.
Well, they could very well look to do that, but Majestic yet to complete his second major item, and even without it, you saw how much damage he was able to do with that Valkyrie. And this is what I was talking about in terms of the ratios. He's decided to go for the overdrive. It's going to be doing an insane amount of damage, and because it has something like a 2.4 ratio, if you land it on the center, you really don't need that much crystal power to really pack a punch. It looks like he's working towards that broken myth, and with that, I would not be surprised to see them come out ahead in these next few fights.
Some interesting positioning here coming out from G2. They've decided to go for this turret. They lost a minion mine as a result, and now you can see SK maybe looking like they want to go for a fight here. Can Pips get a good force to cord onto Illohook, or are they just going to back away? We've got to be careful. Majestic recalling in the bush. Very bold decision by him. The Heliogenesis are really doing some good damage. Majestic needs to start building up the fortified health, but he's silenced. Now Medic jumping onto the back line. Redix trying to kite away here. He uses that big ultimate ability, but it's not enough. Pips, the last man standing, is also going to fall. Massive fight for SK. I feel like there was... Majestic just forgot where he was for a second. He should have just left.
That was a big misplay coming out from Majestic. He should not have been that overextended in the enemy jungle, because you saw him even trying to go back, and Chimera knew exactly where he was. They knew exactly how to collapse onto him. They shut him down almost immediately. That fortified health just wasn't enough. And it just comes back to what I was saying. They shouldn't have been trying to go for those fights without these major items. Majestic has only just now picked up that broken myth. If he'd had it in the last engagement, they may have been able to come out ahead, but using MYQ as a solid front line, which resulted in Majestic and this low-ranged Pips and Rhyme, just resulted in them not being able to get onto the priority targets. You saw as well, Illohook just sitting at the back line, getting off free damage, not being touched at all. They need to get a good force to cord onto that Celeste if they really want to come out ahead in these fights.
I don't see a way of winning one otherwise. They're going to have decent objective damage with Majestic. Oh, that is actually the hook they were looking for, but is it going to be enough? Valkyrie on it too. That's the polite company as well. Pips leading the charge here, trying to set up the kill for his team, but with the Kraken hitting on the turret, they can't afford to just dive for it. Now Medic jumps forward. Majestic has a lot of fortified health stored up, though. He might be able to turn this one around. Redix finds the first kill onto the Black Feather. They want to go for more. Illohook being trained onto, forced to cord, comes out, does not land, but it doesn't matter. 2 kills go down the way of G2. They're going to be able to clean up this Kraken before one turret falls. That was a big fight and a good opportunity to turn this one around.
late game Fox, late game Vox, ladies and gentlemen, being able to do so much damage, assuming that he can position properly on to the main damage dealers that are Eli Hook and Medic. Once they were out of the fight, it was simply a matter of cleanup for the side of G2. That was so well played. Not only are they able to close the gold gap now thanks to the comeback mechanic, but they're also able to take down the Kraken, which is going to give them 500 gold each, which means they can pick themselves up even more items. Look at Redix, completed the Broken Myth with the Shatter Glass alongside the Alternating Current, and you can see Majestic still yet to complete a third major item. Yes, the Broken Myth really did help. It looks like he's actually working towards a little bit of a tanky itemization so that he can survive a little bit longer in these exchanges, but I feel like he needs more damage. He's been landing some fantastic Valkyries, and assuming that he can keep doing that, then it's going to be very easy for G2 to come out ahead in these next few fights.
Well, I have to say, given that there's no additional threats like the Kraken to deal with, it is a big opportunity for them to make something happen. They have been scouted out. I believe that flare was belonging to SK. Right now, it's a very tense moment for both of these teams. I mean, winning this game for G2 means moving on to the quarterfinals. That's obviously a massive thing. You want to be getting as far as you can, both to show your qualities as a team, but also to have a chance at winning the entire thing. And on the flip side, SK, they've got their backs against their wall. Here comes Pips. He is leading the group of G2 right now, fishing a little bit for Hook. No Adagio bait this time, so it's not guaranteed to work, but maybe he can find something here.
Well, right now, it is very tense between these two teams. You can see in the gold how close it is, but it's more to do with the fight, simply due to how well both teams work in the late game. It's all about positioning, and if you do not position properly, if one person is just slightly out of step, if the right person isn't tanking the right amount of damage, and if the right target isn't being focused, then the fight can easily swing in one way or another. So right now, it is very, very tense between the two teams.
Absolutely. Redix doing some good damage onto Medic there. Forced Accord not going to land, but look at this, and I love this. Overdriven, it only has a 12-second cooldown if you miss your target. That's insane. This is one of the reasons why I like building heavy cooldown reduction on him. We are seeing a pause, and I'm guessing this has to do with MYQ. We're going to throw it back to the guys in Dusseldorf for some more information.
Thank you very much, Action Jackson. Yeah, we saw actually MYQ moving for a couple of seconds not, and therefore we just made use of the pause feature, which we're able to control live here from the studio. Let's wait just half a minute, try to make him reconnect. We are actually in touch with him, trying to reach out to MYQ parallel and see what's the issue about.
Yeah, we do actually know what is happening. He is on DreamHack Germany right now, so he has to refresh his Wi-Fi voucher. Which is totally fine. Which is totally fine. Yeah, he did that in between the matches already once. I mean, it happens. Ideally, it does not, but come on. We do have the pause button, so we make use of it. As Blueberry's already said, just waiting here a couple of seconds until he's responding and tells us that we are good to go.
Such a heated match, though, right? So both teams slightly above the 40k, 9-7 in kills. That looks just very, very crazy, and can't wait for MYQ to reconnect, to watch and continue to watch the game from here. And I'm sure that 1.35k viewers can't wait as well. So we are waiting for him a couple of minutes, and while we do so, we quickly go over the brackets here, and let's have a look together with Rome at the Catherine bracket. So the Catherine bracket, we already know what is going to happen tomorrow. Mediapixel versus SK Prometheus. That is the match. Seed number 1 versus seed number 2. Rome, what are your thoughts on that, on this, and how do you expect here Mediapixel to perform as the current champions in Europe?
Looking at overall the tournament so far and how every team has played, Mediapixel comes into this tournament as probably one of the top contenders. But in my private books, I do have Mediapixel, SK Prometheus, G2 Kingwin 2, and I'll have Snow Tsunami as probably the frontline runners for winning out this entire tournament. So definitely tomorrow, this match is going to be one of the most epic matches ever, where we have Team Media Pixel with great synergy. They have a huge hero pool under their belt where they can execute a bunch of different playstyles. But while we also have SK Prometheus, their opponent, that has excellent mechanical skills. What I'm looking from Media Pixel tomorrow is they're going to ban out Sky for sure, and they're going to build compositions around countering Ringo and Vox afterwards. And coming from SK Prometheus is they're going to try and gain an advantage in the jungle where Leon really shines. So as long as their composition does have an advantage in the jungle, they can try and transition that over towards the lane. So if they're able to be very aggressive early, they're able to maintain that early jungle dominance, then it also affects the lane and it helps their lane carry later on in the game. I'm believing that we will see a bunch of Black Feather coming out from these teams tomorrow, and also probably a Crow.
All right, thank you a lot. And we have actually the update that MYQ reconnected and just giving the teams here, both managers, the information and the countdown that we are going to unpause the match pretty soon. So just waiting for their okay and that they confirm with their teams, since it's a pretty interesting and good point of this second match here of the best of 3 between SK and G2, biggest organizations currently competing in Vainglory League Europe. We are ready. I'm going to unpause the game and we are going to swap the scene. Everyone is moving. That is your go, casters. Let's go.
All right, MYQ did actually recall off the back of that. Now, double forced accord comes out. That forces Illohook and MYQ to just run out of there. Sorry, it wasn't MYQ who recalled. It was Medic after being poked down by Redix. You can see a lot of pressure coming out of the G2 guys right now. Vedius, this is a far cry from what we were seeing earlier.
Yep, but this is the power of a late game composition, and we knew the game would be a terror. I'd still argue that Vox is one of, if not the strongest late game hero currently in Vainglory. He just does so much damage, he has so much mobility, and he is just such a terror to deal with. Especially the silence that comes out from his ultimate is just makes everything even worse. So he is super strong right now, and once you reach this point in the game, which a lot of Vainglory, especially competitive games, don't, you really get to see the strength that is a Vox coming into the late game. So I think right now G2 are in control of the game. You can see how much the momentum seems to be swinging in their favor, and what I'm really looking forward to is Majestic on Rhyme, because I feel like, if anything, he's going to be the key that really determines how these fights are going to play out.
Started the crack, and it looks like Chimera are aware of this, so they're going to be jumping in. Illohook runs a bit closer than maybe he ought to have, and he goes down immediately. Valkyrie picking that one up. Now Medic on the backside, trying to get away here, uses that Rose offensive to buy some time, but is it going to be enough? Redix, he's in hot pursuit. He finds it. The Kraken never even reset. It was dealing damage to G2 that entire time. They're going to find it. They're going to go for the push. G2, they're in the driver's seat now.
That right there really shows you what I was talking about when I said Majestic is going to be the deciding factor. The entire lineup of SK just grouped up into that bush, which set up perfectly for a multi-man Valkyrie that deleted Illohook. He went down so quickly off the back of that because of how much damage it did, followed by the wait for it from Redix deleted him. You can see his Solar Storm still off, actually it may have just come back off of cooldown, but either way, he just wasn't able to get the damage down off the back of that, and once he was out of the fight, it was just a matter of cleanup for G2, and I'm really impressed with how they've been able to come back into this game, considering how much they struggled throughout the early game.
This is one of the scary parts about these intense games. As I said before, it's the one which decides whether you go through to the quarters. Illohook, though, hang on a second. He gets stunned up. Forced Accord comes down. The AoE is massive on Medic and MYQ. This is a great opportunity for G2 to close out the game, and it looks like they might be going to. One turret remains. They're going for it. They've got the Kraken. Medic tries to do what he can, but can he do anything? He is going to jump through, put some good damage down, but Majestic with the fortified health is so tanky. There's There's a forced accord. Medic, he gets taken down. The Vein Crystal explodes. And G2 Kinguin 2 win this series 2-0. Man, it looked a bit dicey for a while, but they managed to pull through. They're our next team in the quarterfinals. Commiserations to SK Chimera, but what an incredible series.
It really was, and we were doubting initially how this G2 composition would work in the early game, but we kept saying, look, the longer this game goes, the stronger it's going to be. We were a little bit skeptical about the itemization coming out from G2, very much playing around Redix and relying on him to be the carry, but it really was Majestic's ultimates that turned the table in those fights later on into the game, grouping up in those choke points, getting multiple Valkyries down, after the Forced Accord came out was just absolutely phenomenal, and this double crystal power team composition that we're seeing more and more of really showed its strength in this game.
All right, well, Rome, run us through how G2 were able to turn that around in such a spectacular fashion. That's going to be it, I believe, from me, Action Jackson, and Vedius, as a result of us moving to NA very shortly. So we're going to hand it back off to Rome. Thank you very much for listening to us.
Great stuff, guys. Looking at this game, we did see SK Chimera. They did have quite an advantage in the early game, but that was because they had such an easy way to itemize against double heavy crystal composition coming out of G2 Kinguin. And we noticed that they both had running Aegises early into the game, while on the other side, it did take them quite some time to actually finish the broken myths on both Vox and on Rhyme. But looking at Rhyme, the first time he's played today, and we saw how Majestic played him so well. Right when he got those items down, he was able to unleash a bunch of combos out. He's pretty much slowed down the other team. Like in the early game, we did notice that they did have a lot of trouble because the Black Feather was always in the front lines, and they had to deal with this Black Feather while the Celeste was just standing in the back, just poking them away. It did take quite a bit of time, but every time that Finn was able to land a Force Accord onto the Celeste, they came up with a team fight and they won it outright. But whenever that Celeste also reflex blocked it, they ended up losing a team fight. So it was well executed on both teams, on both ends. They played it out really well, but in the end, it was just down to Black Feather versus Rhyme and Vox. And because of their positioning, because Finn was able to get a Warhorn, they were able to dive down deep. They were able to execute the Celeste before Black Feather was able to get any stacks of breaking point off. But excellent show in this game. I was so impressed. There was so much hype throughout the game, so much action, and it just comes to show that every match that progresses from today forward is just going to get better and better. But we'll throw it over to the guys in Europe, and they'll continue on with the rest.
Alright, thank you very much, Rome, again for your analysis. What a breathtaking match, ladies and gentlemen. G2 Kinguin advancing to the quarterfinals, so congratulations first of all, and also congratulations SK. It was a great performance, but unfortunately not enough for Majestics, Redix and Pips and this matchup. Having a look at the bracket and continuing with what we just started in the past, we already were talking about the Mediapixel and SK Prometheus matchup, so we are going and jumping immediately into the Adagio bracket where we have Rebirth of Empire. We just saw them taking down Rebirth of Kingdom. They are facing Snow Tsunami, again seed number 1 versus 2. No upset here as well. Rome, what are your thoughts on this matchup tomorrow? All right, nonetheless, never mind.
Yeah, I guess we need to have Rome a little break likely
Yeah,
as well.
sure.
So that is super fine. We discussed a lot of those matches already, and we will have plenty of time tomorrow to talk about all of those 4 matches. We will definitely stream all of the 4 matches in the Catherine bracket, Adagio bracket, Rhyme and Ringo bracket. So just to sum it up, it's going to be the Just Son G2 Kinguin 2 playing against the Rebel Tiger, and then in the last bracket it's Snow versus G2 Kinguin. So both Kinguin teams are still in, and 2 of the 3 SK teams are still in as well. And actually Snow did advance with all of their teams as well. So very interesting, very strong guilds and also esports organizations getting quite far into the first qualifier already. And jumping back to the studio, we are going to sum it up for Europe now, and a huge thanks as always to our awesome casters, the Action, Jackson and Vedius, and obviously also to Rome, who will stick with us though for the North American cast and North American matches, where we are already prepping House Jan Hammers Velocity versus Gangsters Vega. And that's going to be an awesome matchup as well. The bans are happening right now. We're going to jump over there, just some trailers. We're getting Tasty Bacon and Forecourt Jester ready to jump with us onto those matchups. And yeah, don't go anywhere. I would suggest just maybe get a fresh Coke or a water, whatever you're drinking and watching. Don't start a queue because we will be back in like 2 minutes.
Exactly.